Okay. Go live.
Yeah,
I pressed the go
yeah.
live button.
She hasn't heard you in a while, and she asked how you were doing.
It's hit and miss. But I'm doing these better nowadays. I'm gonna try to start working. I've been working out more, trying to lose weight.
That's good.
So that
It says it's live.
oh,
He's
It's
doing
live.
better.
It's live.
mental gen, gentle. No, this is the part of the stream where I play a song, but I can't
Oh, hi, Bo.
because OBS sucks, and I can't play what I have guessed. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I muted you because I could hear you.
What? How dare you?
Yes, I'm watching you watch the stream right now, so.
Well, I guess that makes you a racist. I don't know how, but it
Yes,
does.
I am racist towards black people's recordings.
Like I know. I always thought it was weird whenever we hang out, in your geographical location, and we would be sitting around watching Martin Luther King speeches. Like I can't stand this. So hello.
Yeah, you are fine. Just the recordings, man. Something about them. I just.
All this black and white shit. It's some bullshit. Oh, you mean race?
They got good microphones.
Why can't it be in color?
All these black people and their poor audio equipment. It pisses me off.
Why are they called colored people if they're just not?
Black isn't a color. Isn't a technically like when you put it like that. Hello, everyone.
Well, I mean,
This is Vince 12, and I am here with the boys. I am here with FishStickOnAStick. Haha! I have insulted him.
I've never heard that one. Ow! 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 Cat! Ow!
all muscle there? Oh, cat.
Yep.
I'm here with Fish Penis and M.D. Phantasm.
Fish don't even have penises.
Well,
Well, they have something.
They just kind of have cloacas that they shoot sperm out of.
Oh,
Well-
so it's a jizz gun. Cool.
Pretty much, yeah.
look, let's not get into gender politics, okay? Not on this stream. We'll say that for Lindsay Ellis when she gets canceled again. Stupid bitch.
Again?
It's only gonna be a matter of time.
You heard about what happened recently, right?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, Asian American things.
Look, and like, regardless of where you stand on that, I think the general consensus from like most sane people is that she didn't do anything wrong. Like, she just made an innocuous comment about a shitty Disney film that came out recently, and I think her criticism of it wasn't even off base, where she was like talking about how like weirdly homogenized the depiction of like Asian cultures was in that. And I think that's a fair criticism, but all of a sudden,
I'm pretty sure the movie was made by like Asian Americans, but I don't know if that's actually.
I don't care.
well, yeah,
But,
it's
I mean, that would just mean like, okay, it's a result of the actual Asian people making it, which it's not like some corporate studio coming in and telling them, oh, we need to make this more Asian. It's like what they made with their own culture.
Put on your straw hats and go to the rice fields, guys.
goddamn. But yeah, but then that whole shit went, and this whole debacle kind of cemented why I don't like Lindsay Ellis as a person. Like I never really cared. Like when it comes to the material she puts out, my mindset is like it's not for people like me. I guess like it's I don't take a lot of this like this deeper analysis shit seriously when it comes to like children's films and shit like that. Like
Right.
well, whatever. It's not. I'll leave her alone. She leaves me alone. But then she like makes that fucking hour-long video, and her idea of getting canceled. And I've been keeping up with this shit. Is getting a handful of like not so nice comments on Twitter. She didn't lose her job. She didn't lose her employment. No one contacted her like PBS to try to get her fired. And this is why I can't stand people in their little circle, because it's one rule for me, another for thee. There have been people that legit lost their fucking jobs because of like innocuous shit that they say that gets misinterpreted, and like and some people that even like God forbid have like had their lives taken in like not necessarily in a literal sense but in a metaphorical sense. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
your idea of getting canceled is that some people might not say nice things about you. Go fuck yourself.
Like, because you made a comment that could be interpreted as kind of stupid and ignorant, which even then, like, you could just say what you really mean, like, oh, hey, I worded that poorly, oops.
That doesn't,
you know?
You know, context doesn't mean anything nowadays.
Yeah. It's like, that means you're racist and you hate Asian people.
Like,
Hashtag Asian
What is
lives
context?
context is it's basically dog whistling to the alt-right. Also, yeah, I know about Quentin
Speaking
reviews.
of alt-right things, here's a link.
Oh yeah, I forgot to actually send you the link to the stories. And I never will because I want to. I don't know if you guys can see it. I have an extra surprise. We're going to be reading an extra story too.
Oh, an extra story.
I only see 2.
Yeah. You want to guess what it is?
Jeff the Killer.
Does it keep up with the theme of children's things?
I hope not. Because I wanted to read a third story and I picked this one out specifically. And the reason why I didn't put it in the title is because, for one, it wouldn't fit on the thumbnail. And two, the title is so long I couldn't. We're going to be reading Mr. Widemouth, Crybaby Lane, and the Six-Legged Rape Centaur.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's our...
Now I'm excited.
I knew you'd be. Oh yeah, I've heard of Quentin reviews. He sucks. Like, even before he like really lost his shit, tried to get political. Like, I always thought he was like boring as shit. And it's like, at least your content is interesting in that it's so bad it's actually worth talking about now. So good on Quentin. And also,
Yeah,
like,
he's really making a name for himself out there.
he's pathetic. Like,
Even if I don't remember it.
I don't even say, like, that's a mean thing to say, like, he's pathetic, but this is weird, because, I think, I can't remember who said it, but I don't trust anyone who, like, switches sides on a dime, like, so easily,
Right.
and, like, when it comes to your, like, politics especially, and it doesn't matter, like, they could be completely on my side on the political spectrum, but if you do a complete 180 overnight, I don't trust you, and you shouldn't be trusted. Because that means
H-Bomber guy did the same thing.
Yeah.
Because he used to be a
hardcore shit poster, right?
Yeah.
Like, Mr. Medicare was friends with him. Well, not friends,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And
They were
then,
in the same circle, basically.
He had friends?
well,
It's hard to imagine H-Bomber guy having any friends.
Well, I can't. I'm about to say that he's out his friends in his like little spectrum now, but I don't know if you can really, because when shit goes down, it's like the fucking Joker. Like when the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other, and it's true.
Nom nom nom.
Same thing happened with Lindsay Ellis. Like, there are some people like that have known her for years that came out to defend her, but I swear to you, if the backlash that Lindsay Ellis got was actually anything resembling what she is making it out to be, none of them would come to defend her.
Yeah.
Fucking ContraPoints would be clam up. Although I don't think her and Lindsay like each other all that much. I honestly, and this is honest to God, I guess paranoia, tinfoil hat bullshit. I honestly gotta think that Lindsay Ellis is jealous because she comes off with a complete Betty bitch.
I mean, what else do you expect from someone whose big claim to fame was second fiddle to Nostalgia Critic?
Yeah, that's fucking depressing, ain't it?
What does it say about you that with all this success, I still have more respect for and I don't respect Doug Walker at all for when the whole change of channel shit that came out, and it's it all seems so horrible and shit like that, and then you really broke it down, and most of the claims made about people is some petty bullshit. It's oh, he didn't know my character's name on my shitty internet show, even though he runs the website. Well, to be
Fuck up, Film Brain.
fuck off. And the only good thing that came from Change of Channel was finding out that Drew Wario was a pederast. And that turned.
Yeah, that was practically the only thing that needed exposing.
What was that?
Fish.
Even then, like finding out that someone is a sex pest isn't really a good thing.
Well, I'm glad it's. I'm just saying. I'm glad that's the only.
That's just something he's glad that's out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we
Yeah.
can like treat him with the disdain that he deserved. That's what I'm saying. But other than that, it's like all this weird petty shit and nostalgia check. Like the shit that she said about Doug that you could actually look into it for a minute and to find out was like not true. It's like okay, yeah. So at the end of the day, the only thing I have against Doug is him covering up for Wario. Although, what's her face, fucking Holly, fuck her, because she was on the Change the Channel and she was like one of those people that were being championed, and apparently she was in the know about Wario's habits. So fuck her. Like my boss is an awful person. By the way, we both knew that Wario was a sex pest.
Wow.
Fuck you. Like, I have more respect for Doug Walker than any of these people because, at least in terms of how he can conduct his business. How many Twitter spats has Doug Walker gotten into?
I don't think any.
How many times has he
I can't think of any.
shit talk even when it comes to critics of his, like he'll make like sketches making fun of like strawmen of positions of people who.
Oh sure.
But I've never known him to directly attack anyone in particular.
You know what? That's fair. I mean, shit. Even I'm guilty of that.
Well, some people deserve it, but like, and Doug, I think a fair amount of people have like gone hard on Doug. Like, there's a lot of people who don't like him, myself included. I don't like him. I don't like his work, for the most part. But at the end of the day, he's like compare him to a lot of the people like in the Change the Channel document. Like seems happily married. He seems to genuinely enjoy what he's doing. He has a decent following. He doesn't get into trouble. He's basically cringy James Rolfe.
Yeah. He's just not funny.
Well, James Rolfe is
He's
nowadays.
not funny and he's bad at running a business.
That's his greatest sin, is that he's terrible at his job. Well, can you call him terrible?
Politics are scaring away from everyone.
Excuse me. So, I'm going to take this off of screen now because I want to show the handsome fella on screen. Yours truly. So I can show... Oh, the red vortex is still up. I forgot to get rid of this. There we go. You can see my prescription glasses now. Don't I look fly? I'm going to get all the fly honeys now. I'm going to get all the bitches.
I am behind.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the stream. For some reason, it's always been like this, where the actual stream itself is like minutes behind what's actually on screen. Yeah, I am one fly dude with attitude now, and I'm going to go out with my pimp cane and see how many fly bitches I can get in this general vicinity.
There you are.
Awesome. Yeah, you just showed up now.
So let me show you what I don't have any alcoholic drinks today. I need to cut down because I'm trying to lose weight. I have my coffee here. I'll down a bottle of Fireball just to spite you. Don't think I wouldn't. And I got some water, so I'm healthy. I'm healthy. I'm going to be 100 pounds tomorrow.
Yeah,
Not
just
even
all
100
that
pounds
weight
lighter,
will
just 100
vanish.
pounds.
I'm not... Fuck, shit. The exercise bike is easier than I thought it would be. I kind of went too hard on it because I was... I thought like, oh, I'm going to start off full blast and then keep going. And then when I woke up in pain the next day, like, huh, I don't think I'm doing this right. Okay, wait a minute.
You never go full blast right away.
You know, when you said you went too hard on it, I was thinking like you disciplined it somehow.
I told it
Like
was a
you took away its smartphone and told it no access to the internet for a whole year or something.
So you listen here, you gotta be a good exercise bike.
Look, stop making
Or
me
else
feel...
no more Nintendo.
Look, look, I skipped one day and all of a sudden you're judging me. I don't want to talk to you today. What do you mean I only did, like, 4 miles? I did 6. I was counting. Fuck you. During my... Okay, by the way, we gotta start the stream now. Wait a minute, let me...
Yeah, we better start it.
Now
Well,
back to Nostalgia Critic.
he sucks doo-doo. I hate him. I hate his stupid
Now.
head.
Now, back to 9/11.
What do you mean back to it? We never left it.
Yeah, I think with the no, we'd be taken off if I continue that.
Well,
Was that about the Jews? How the Jews did 9/11?
We'd just be taken off of life if we do that.
this is on my channel. You realize that, right? You son of a bitch.
Yeah, if Nick Cannon couldn't get away with it, I really doubt Najee could.
Is that why?
Well, literally no one cares about Nick. Who? I want you to tell me right now, who the fuck cares about Nick Cannon in 2021 or 2020 or at any point in time?
I guess people that like him as a host.
Yeah, he was funny, and then he came out as like I think he got dissed too hard by Eminem, and then all of a sudden he lost his fucking mind. Like, I'm Slick Rick. No, the fuck you aren't. How dare you? I don't know, that'd be akin to me saying, I don't know, like, I would, like, post my flabby-ass body like, I'm the next Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Like, I deserve to get beaten if I said some shit like...
Mr. Atlas.
I'm new as Tony Atlas. By the way, the Bella Twins are whores. You watched that shoot interview, didn't you, Damien? Where Tony Atlas accused the Bella Twins of being into scatological adventures.
I mean, who isn't, though?
In this day and age. So I have the background music playing, and we are going to be starting off by reading Mr. Widemouth. With my superior vision, because of my glasses, my pure Aryan vision, I will read this story.
Yes, your black-skinned, brown-eyed Aryan vision.
Well, you don't know that. Like, maybe there are black Aryan people.
You just showed a video of yourself for a second.
How do you know it wasn't like a special effect? I get fucked with filters all the time.
Well, he can't make special effects just because he's black?
Yeah, what's up with that, Damien? Stop being rude to... Stop being rude to black Aryan people.
So why would a black guy make himself black? That doesn't make sense to me.
Wow.
Well, okay.
You are putting him down.
Wow. Wow. Why would
He doesn't need special effects for that. He just needs a camera.
Oh, whoa. Holy shit. Wow. You're so black, you look black on camera. That's the most racist ass shit.
You look so superficial, you probably judge people by their physical appearances.
One of the funny bits from Rap Critic I heard, like, you have so little money, you could fit it in your wallet. Let me see,
man, I remember when he was a thing. Barely.
The last time Nick Cannon was relevant was when he dissed Eminem 3 times in a row with no response. Well, I think he did get a response. It's just that I don't even like Eminem anymore, but, like, even I think, like, your arms are too short to box with God, Junior. But let's get to the story. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories were rooted in Rhode Island, but there were fragments in the attic of my brain which belonged to the various homes that we lived in when I was much younger. This story sucks.
This prose, it is so purple.
I hate this story.
We're one paragraph in and I already want to punch you.
You know, I think the person who wrote this should get shot in the mouth, so he has a white mouth.
That doesn't make any sense.
That was bad.
I think you should be punched in the mouth for that.
Well, okay, saying that because I'm Native American?
Yes.
Okay, as long as you're not saying it because I'm black.
Yes.
You found a link for the creepypasta? What do you mean? Arthur, fine. Most of these stories are unclear and pointless. Chasing another boy down the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of...
Unclear and pointless? I mean, if you remember them, it must be pleasant memories.
Well, there are memories that I recall that, like, are pointless for the most part, but for some reason they stick
Yeah,
with
but
me.
unclear?
Yeah, yes, I think that's fair. But then again, I got a bad memory in general, so I'm not looking forward to getting old. But there are...
I can't wait for Alzheimer's and not remember anything.
That's
What?
horrible.
Who are you?
You should be ashamed of yourself, Damien. There is one set of memories that remains as clear as glass, as though they were made just yesterday by my friend who's a glassblower.
I remember when the radio was invented.
What is this Jersey Shore? Grandpa, that's not even relevant now. But off.
You kids these days in your hopscotch, back in my day, we used to eat chalk.
It's all we had. It was kind of like a cyanide pill for when the...
You kids today playing catch. Back in my day, we used to throw grenades at each other.
And then we used to walk through the snow up and down a hill both ways just to get to school. And then the teachers would beat us with rulers. And then we had to eat the rulers.
You kids complaining about all this inappropriate shit. Back in my day, a teacher should hook his finger up your ass and you just say thank you. Can I have it again? Like, Grandpa... like, you can just imagine Grandma walking in like... What have you not told me for like 80 years? Like...
Grandpa, that sounds really gay.
I forgot to tell you about my golden years.
And by golden, I mean golden showers.
Felipe was very good to me. I often wonder, well, whether these memories were simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced in spring, but in my heart, I know that they are real.
Don't tell us what your sickness is.
He's about to.
Oh no, wait, yes you do.
You stupid bitch. You've made me so
I'm an impatient man.
I'm gonna sip my coffee out of righteous indignation. Delicious. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute of my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone. Loser. Yeah, you sick, you got cancer. You don't have enough white blood cells, you fucking pussy.
You're sick. Look at the sick kid. Let's laugh at the sick kid.
Oh look, he's coughing blood.
He only has 6 weeks to live. Let's laugh at him.
6 weeks to live.
Not a fucking second to waste.
We gotta make fun of him while
much time.
make fun of him while he's still here. And even at the funeral, like his parents were like over his coffin, like, only like 2 people at your funeral, nerd. We came because we came just to make fun of you.
I could just imagine those schoolyard boys pulling him out of the casket just to give him a wedgie.
Or it's like a cool bar thing where one of the bullies that like really went on and like he couldn't live without making fun of the sick kid. He's like, "Wake up, you son of a bitch! I know you're not really dead. You're all I had."
The accident was 5 years ago. You have to let me go.
We're going to hell.
Oh yeah, probably.
As my main resident,
save us the hottest spot.
Well, you go to hell for the company and heaven for the view. It was
so basically Texas for the company, California for the view.
It was a large. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. Well, okay, I think I read that part. Day after my 50th.
Nice glasses you got there. You already read that, idiot.
I'm trying my best. The doctor,
even with your glasses.
the doctor said I came down with mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for the next, for at least another 3 weeks. No, I prescribe more fever for you. Put a hot towel on his head.
You need more stick.
Need to be more sick. Put them out in snow. Doc,
Give him tons of cold food.
Doctor, are you sure that this is the right thing to do? But don't worry, nurse. I taught him everything he knows.
I know exactly what I'm doing. Now take off your clothes. It's time for your prostate exam.
You don't even have the gloves on. Oh, they're getting away. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to
But
Pennsylvania.
is there a good time to be bedridden, really?
When you're sleeping.
You know.
You don't want to be bedridden when you're standing up. Because then you would have to have the bat mattress strapped to your back, stupid. God, why do I have to be here to explain shit to you?
Hang on. I'll be right back.
Well, Fish is gone. Let's cancel the stream.
Ah, damn it. He was the camel that carried us to finishing this.
You said camel and you meant the animal. For some reason, I thought camel cigarettes.
What the hell?
Like we need our cigarettes in order to finish this, basically. The question will be answered. Batman or Captain America, who wins? I guess Batman.
I don't about superheroes, so neither.
Oh, did you see?
They both die on the way here.
Did you see the fucking black? There's a black Captain America. No, not named black female Captain America now.
Oh boy, black female Captain America. That sounds dumb.
Alright, keep going without me. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
God damn.
10 minutes?
You fucker.
I know.
What do you think you're doing having a life outside of me?
Well, my animals need to eat, so.
Well, they can starve. I don't care. They're not my cat or
Speed
my
run.
animal. Okay,
Alright, I'll be back.
I don't know if we can.
Wait.
I don't know if I don't know. I kind of want to hold off, if only because, like, kind of the point is, like, I like giving everyone's, like,
Yeah, Fish does make things funnier, I'll admit.
No, not that. It's just I want everyone's opinion on the story. You know what I mean? After we're done reading, excuse me. You can nap
Yeah, but well, I'm sure we won't really get that far, because we'll find another thing to bitch about, I'm sure.
You can nap standing up like a horse. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. I forgot that horses sleep standing. Okay, we'll continue on. We're gonna...
Right, where were we?
Was work mononucleosis. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because, well, his mouth was large. In fact, everything about it's not that funny.
Jeez.
He's not that funny.
No, I'm just imagining, like, oh, well, you can call me Mr. Big Dick, because my dick is big.
That was a New Vegas joke. You fucker. Give proper credit where due. No one has a dick that long.
No, I'm gonna plagiarize the shit out of that joke and not give credit.
So does... In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears. But his mouth by far was the largest. You
Better
kind
to suck you off with, my dear.
You're just a bad person. You just you are literally garbage. So do zebras, elephants, and flamingo. Elephants sleep standing up. That's a lot of weight to be supporting. You
I
kind
mean,
of
if they can walk on that, I'm pretty sure they can sleep on that.
you kind of look like a Furby. I said as I flipped through. He flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. You want to do Mr. Widemouth's voice?
Sure. Anything you want in particular?
Like kind of like a cute critter, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Foiby? What's a foiby?
Okay, never do that voice again.
Okay.
Or keep doing random voices until I find something that I like and stick with it.
Okay. Watch, I'm gonna do that freaking annoying voice.
I shrug. You know, the toy. The little robot with the big ears. You can pet him and feed him. Almost like a real pet.
If you think one of those things are a real pet, then I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
Furbies were insanely popular, you gotta understand.
Yeah, but nowhere near close to a real pet.
But he's like a 5-year-old kid. Give him a break.
Oh,
Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity.
you don't need one of those. They all want the same thing as having a wheel, friend.
I hate you so much. I remember...
Well, I mean, I hate this story too, so
Fuck
it's
you!
fitting.
I remember liking the story. Eat a dick. Eat the biggest dick. Eat a dick
Hey,
as...
I thought you picked this story because you hated it too.
No. I remember liking it. But I haven't read it in a long time, so that's why I decided to choose it for the story thing. I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me.
I'm way under your bed.
Okay, yeah, I'm taking away your voice privileges from Mr. Widemouth.
Okay, I'll stop.
You're gonna voice the psychotic dude in Crybaby Lane. You remember that story? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the voice that Brady gave it.
I thought you voiced him. It's been a long time
No,
since I've seen that
was
video.
Brady.
He explained. He later explained. You get one more chance.
I'll just cover my nose then.
I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore.
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contain. The third or fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face.
Should be a new paragraph, but whatever.
I have a new game we can play.
He said,
We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game.
voice him as Batman. Which Batman? You mean the best Batman, as in Adam West? After my mother delivered more... What's so funny, big man?
Sorry, I was just reading Mateta's comment.
The voice sounds like a greased-up deaf guy, but more woof. Damn you. Batman with a pinched note. How would that sound? Okay, do Christian Bale like Batman right now, but with, like, pinch your nose while doing it. I want to hear what it sounds like.
Where are they?
Okay, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I'll just continue with my normal pitch nose.
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my... Oh, wait.
Hey, you read this paragraph.
You son of a bitch. After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged at my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway.
He said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. The only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle, the drop was further than the 2 stories due to the incline.
I like to play pretend up here.
Mr. Widemouth explained.
I pretend that there is a big soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. It's a long drop, I said.
Pussy.
But that's all a part of the fun. It wouldn't be as fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline.
Except there's no bouncing.
I toyed with the idea, picturing myself through the... What is happening?
Why are you on my phone?
What is happening right now? I'm very confused.
Fish just has fuckers to introduce.
Who?
I don't know. We can just hear him. That's all.
Now it sounds like Carrie from Animal Soccer World Tough. Though, why did you have to remind me that that exists? I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air, only to bounce back to the window, like on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed.
At 5?
Maybe some other time, I said. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Also,
At 5?
whatever. Mr. White... Like, when I was... Okay.
What's going on?
Fish is like
Who
having
is this person?
having some sort of debate in the background. Hold on, let me try something. Just try. I'm only muting him temporarily.
Gotcha.
Did that work? I think it did.
Might work for you. I gotta keep an ear out to make sure he comes back.
Hold on. Was he muted for me and not for you?
Yeah, I didn't mute him.
Okay, so... Okay, well, I still have to unmute him on my side so we can actually, like, get him in the call, like, yeah, record it. So, I gotta make sure he knows when to come back. Okay, where was I? If you say so. Oh, sorry. Mr. Widemouth's smile, his face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment.
If you say so.
He said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle.
Okay, can you do me a favor? And, like...
What?
I don't know why, for some reason when you do that voice, like, it kind of comes a little bit louder. So I can, like, lean a little bit away from the microphone when you do it.
Okay.
Try it one more time. I just want to see how it sounds when you're leaning away. Like, I want to teach you how to do it.
I want to teach you how to juggle.
Whatever. He said,
Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons.
I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me! I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year!
Priorities.
Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's
We'll
frown
see.
deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there for the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. Now I'm just thinking about that fucking joke from
Chinky.
right. That joke from Family Guy when William Dafoe just like sleeping under Stewie's bed. Like, hey, are you asleep yet? No, just checking. Lights a cigarette, just like slides back under. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Whitemouth often woke me up at night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Whitemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed at my side until the early morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me that I had permission to walk around outside. She thought that fresh air would do some good for me, especially after being confined in my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun in my face. Mr. Whitemouth was waiting for me.
I have something I want you to see.
He said. I must have gave him a weird look, because he then said...
Insane, I promise.
Either that, or it's because you've been like neglecting his advances for so long that he just decided, okay, I've really got to convince this kid now.
Like, okay, like, yeah, maybe I was coming on a little too strong. They made an accidental stabbing sound nothing compared to being punished. Well, again, yeah, down 5. Well, I don't know, cause I think, yeah, you had a point there before, Damien, where it kind of fluxes between him having common sense and him having twisted priorities. Or you know, I can only attribute to his age, because he seems smart for his age, and at the same time, sometimes that age shows through, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I followed him to the.
It doesn't really seem all that real to me for whatever reason. Like,
I think it's also
while a 5-year-old can act like that, most of them don't.
I think it's also how, I don't know, like I've never known I think a 5-year-old to speak this coherently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of them, like 5-year-olds tend to like stutter over themselves too. Because there's like still the process of like understanding sentence structure and words.
Yeah.
My mother came to me one morning and I told her I read that already. God damn it.
Yeah.
God damn it, Damien. This is all your fault again.
Yes, I correct you. You blame me. I don't correct you. You blame me. I'm the whipping boy. What else is new?
Yeah, that's right. You get back to the field, boy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Master, sir.
As it always, the rich black man is in charge. I mean, I sort of get it. The protagonist is a small child and has probably gotten in trouble before and knows more about that. But again, it's also one of those things where, I don't know, like, at 5 years old... Oh, well, I think Arthur Fine had a decent point. To be fair, this is an adult trying to remember things from when he was 5. Oh, I guess that works.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is like embellishing it a little, but...
Mr. Whitemouth was... Okay, wait. I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail, which ran through the woods behind the house.
This is an important path.
He explained.
I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of his endless supply of coffee. Endless, you lucky bastard. And his 6-pack of energy drinks. If I had a lifetime supply of coffee, you would never hear from me again.
Oh, but don't forget the 6-pack of energy drinks. That's the most important part.
What kind of energy drinks?
I don't know, just energy drinks.
They're not all the same. If you think so, I will fly down to California and punch you.
I'm just telling you what it says. I don't know what kind of energy drinks.
I take this shit very seriously.
I don't know. Maybe it's that new Bang shit that I see all of those gas stations.
You seem more like a man who was trying to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 weeks sitting still. Early enough for you? My father asked with a hint of sympathy. I don't know.
With a hint of sympathy?
Why?
I don't know.
Why is there?
It might be the offer, but I don't know.
I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my hands father on my my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's been hard on you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends. I already made friends. He allows me to juggle knives.
Yeah, that's real nice. I bet he also told you to jump out the window because there's a trampoline at the bottom.
How did you know? He told me the same thing, son. Mr.
I have a lot of hallucinations when I drink a lot of coffee.
No, it's not Mr. Mr. Widemouth's under the son's bed. Mr. Littlemouth is under his bed. He might, Christ, Bang Energy. It's like the Raid Shadow Legend of Instagram thoughts. Oh, wow. That's bad. So the dialogue is written an idea of how the author wanted to reply a la spirit that... I have no idea what that is. How dare you?
That is French. I'm not that good at French. Yes,
what kind of... is that a story or something? What kind of story is that?
Spirit of something, I don't know.
I don't know. I like, I've taken to...
Guess what, Fish? We've read most of the story without you.
Oh, is he back? Let me unmute him.
Yeah, you can unmute him now, Vince. Not really. I mean, Najee would probably tell you otherwise, but you didn't miss a lot.
Well, there we go.
You know what? I hate you, Damien. I'm kicking you right now, and I'm gonna ban you from my channel forever. How dare you disagree with me on a story that I slightly remember enjoying it, but not, not really enough to make a coherent thought about it. What's your favorite energy drink, Fish? We were talking about that for real quick.
Oh, I don't drink energy drinks.
I hate you.
I'm sorry, I can't
just
provide
name one.
anything to this discussion.
I like Nas.
Monster Energy, because that's the one I know the name of.
You're just trying to piss me off today.
I don't drink energy drinks, I'm sorry.
There was, when I was, like, actually working, before whole COVID fucking happened, and all that shit happened in my life, that made me have to, like, leave my job. There was one energy drink that I love. Whenever they came around, I would buy, like, it by the dozen. It was something called Spider Energy Drink, and it was the best. Like, it actually gave you a pick-me-up. There was no crash, and it tasted great. And I was wondering why I couldn't find it anymore, because only Dollar General carried it. And come to find out, I think they didn't get bought out. They basically, like, were pushed out of the market by Coke, I think, because Coke didn't like the fact that they were, like, taking away the yeah, they're basically like competition that they couldn't compete with.
Coke's got to be part of the sacred duopoly.
I hate Coke so much. That was my boon. That was the best energy drink of all time. And now I can't have it again because Coke is a dickhead. At least buy them out so I can still get it. You fuckers.
No.
They did it specifically to spite me. Me specifically. No one else. Yo, fuck that nigga. That's what they said.
But Vince, if they buy them out, then Coke might be at risk of becoming a monopoly.
Because, that would never happen.
That's... because corporate consolidation isn't totally the same fucking thing!
Monopolies are good, though. I can't...
No.
I can't wait.
So says the rich 1% capitalist.
I can't wait for Disney to own everything.
Disney and Amazon, they'll be the last two standing.
I can't wait to shoot myself in the frickin' head before I meet that future.
I was gonna say something, but I don't want people adding me, so I'm not gonna say it. Okay, where were we?
Remember when Disney used to make good movies?
No.
Oh.
Oh, you mean like Song of the South?
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Negroes are inferior in every way.
I unironically like that film too.
Oh, racist.
I think it's charming.
You go on Splash Mountain when you go to Disneyland?
I would never go to Disneyland because I hate.
You know they replaced that with a Princess and the Frog thing.
I hate people and I hate crowds. Why would I go to Disneyland?
So you can shake hands with Goofy.
So I can shake some pedophile in a suit. Yeah. If I wanted to do that, I'd go to Hollywood.
Well, it's right next to Hollywood.
Okay, we'll
It's
say.
in a different county.
I don't know. They're all.
No. No.
I mean, if you think Orange and Los Angeles County are one and the same, then go ahead. Think that.
Well, to be fair, Damien, fuck you and fuck your whole state. Well, no, I take back the former. I like you, Damien. I hate your state.
I also hate my
You
state.
like me? Wow.
Gay.
What a development.
Gay.
Right.
So you can get measles because what is happening here? What is happening in my
Where
chat?
did that come from?
Very well, small memories for the most part. You told me very detailed, so I might have to make things up to make the story more coherent. I don't know, I guess.
Alrighty, let's finish off the story. We only have like 2 paragraphs and 2 lines.
I nodded and placed my head against the window. Okay, I think I read the. I opened up my eyes as we back out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn on the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Oh, you rude asshole!
How dare you?
That was your friend. That was your friend.
I took you on a walk. I tried to make you play with me, and you don't even have the courtesy to wave back?
Yeah, that's the voice that Damien did for Mr. Widemouth.
Wow.
That's my 3rd voice.
Well, the first one I outright told him not to do ever again in any context.
Oh, what was that voice?
And the second one, he told me to stop after 2 lines.
I forgot. I've like literally blocked it out of my memory because it pissed me off so much. Disneyland had a measles outbreak. Oh, well, fancy that. It's almost like it's ran by inept idiots who don't know how to manage shit anymore. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation. The house burned down a few years back after my family left. Out of curiosity,
How the hell do you know that?
Because he could have been told that.
By who?
What do you mean by who? If how it doesn't matter like how like out of the loop you can be. Like if there's a house in the neighborhood, if it burns down, you're gonna remember it, even though if you don't pass by it that often.
He moved to a different state.
He came back to New Vineyard.
Isn't it Vineyard?
Vineyard.
It is Vineyard, but I was just going to let him keep saying that until the very end.
Fuck you. Fuck you both. Wait, this year? Fuck Disney. Fuck Disneyland. Out of curiosity.
This is a better theme park anyway.
Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone. It was gone, somehow tied to the house and no longer existed. The trail ended in a new Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many.
Vineyard?
Fuck you. I noticed that many of the tombstones belong to children. So, this is kind of a scattered reading, if only because I can't ask Fish what he thought because he wasn't here for most of it.
It was not.
So,
I mean, I remember the story being just kind of simple, like he's got an imaginary friend, except it's not imaginary and it tries to kill him.
Like, I think a fair amount of the, like, literary elements of the story kind of haven't aged all that well in regards to, like, it's one of those stories where it feels like it. Oh, go on.
It's a very simple story.
Yeah.
I honestly still think it could have been a little bit longer, at least to set up the introduction to Mr. Widemouth a bit more. But I actually, there's one thing that I remember liking about this story that, having read it, I still like. I still like Mr. Widemouth as kind of like a malevolent antagonist, and it was like small minor things about him that make him seem a little bit more real to me. Like his introduction is him, like, okay, this thing's gonna go on to want to kill this kid, right? But the introduction has him like being more curious about the books the kid has. I mean, like, it has interest outside of just murdering indiscriminately. So that's what I kind of like about Mr. Widemouth, is that those little details that I kind of wish was more sprinkled throughout the story, where he kind of flexes between being nice to the kid and outright trying to kill him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What the hell are these comments?
When Mr. Widemouth described, first thought of the pale lady from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Freaky.
I'm very scared, and is Mr. Widemouth real? I don't want to die. Sad face. Cry.
These are
And it
just
sounds
triangles
real or
on
fake
mine.
at the same time.
A triangle.
And I want to stay alive. BC everyone. Double space really does not know if this is real. What if he was in my dreams? X_X. Never in my life I'm going to sleep. BC, I am so scared, and in my bathroom some fell and no one was in there. 4 periods. Slash.
Christ,
Everyone,
dude.
if you hear me, be safe and keep your window and door locked and wear mask. Be safe. Bye.
Well,
Art.
I'm glad they're conscientious about the fact that we're in a pandemic. That was the most useful thing I took out of that.
Yeah.
Banaki says, I really like Mr. Widemouth. And the person who made that previous comment that Damien read, you saw him before? Yes, I was.
Like, oh, I really like it for you. It's real? You saw him?
I like how, like, Banaki, like, it was really innocuous. Like, hey, this guy likes the story. No, he fucking goes ham in the next time. Yeah, I was at a pool party with Jeff the Killer's house. I was playing poker with him, the Rake, and Sonic.exe, but then Slenderman showman and ruined the whole thing. I hope that you please tell me you're taking a piss. Please. Okay.
Yeah, next comment pretty much revealed that.
You can't. That's the thing about this website. You can't tell. Like,
No.
it's madness.
It's hard, and even then, it's like hard to tell the difference between like the role players and the people who are actually being serious,
Like
and the
Mr.
people who are just taking the piss.
Like Mr. Angry Dog.
Exactly.
By the way, I want to say for the 15th time, in I think about 2 weeks span, fuck Mr. Angry Dog. He is a big bitch-made dipshit. Fuck him. Fuck him and everything he stands for. Nazi-loving fucking dickhead.
I don't get what that has to do with this, but okay.
I'm gonna make it my mission to just say fuck him every time I stream.
Okay.
You weren't there, Fish. I'm gonna. It's not really a hypothetical. It actually happened, but I want to get your. Cause I flipped the fuck out when I read it. Okay. I want to get your perspective on this. Okay, it's like, say you have a neighbor, and
Okay.
you've known them for like almost close to a decade, and you don't have a car. They drive you to work out of the kindness of their heart for years. And one day, you come to them like, hey, can you drive me to this place? And they say like, well, I'm sorry, we can't. Like, we're tight on money, and you don't really. Whenever we drive you, don't really pay for gas, so we can't afford to keep doing this for you. Do you think that's fair?
He wasn't even listening.
Sorry.
What was that? 'Cause you kind of cut out for a second, I think.
I just heard a huh. That's all I heard.
Okay, something about driving, like,
Like you
you
haven't.
can't afford to keep driving you
Yeah,
because it's too expensive.
Yeah, and you don't pay. All the time they drove you, you never like pay for gas for them, so they can't afford to keep. Basically, they can only keep driving you if you pay for gas, and that they basically break it off by saying like, sorry, like we can't do this anymore.
Right, that's fair.
Would you think to go on to DeviantArt.com and post a long diatribe calling them lazy shit like people and like leeches.
No.
That's what Mr. Angry Dog did, and that's why I say I think I'm entirely justified in not. At first I didn't like him. I thought I went too hard on him before, but reading that shit, and it's like, oh well, you know, maybe I look at the time it came out. Like, it's been years since I talked to Mr. Angry Dog. Like, maybe this is like some old shit. No, it came out in 2018. Like, okay, so you're a piece of shit. Like, people do something nice for you, and then they rightfully, like, justifiably tell you, like, oh well, you know, when money's tight, especially in times like these.
Yeah.
And then, like, you're gonna say, like, you're the leeches. You people, you need to do something out of the kindness of your own heart.
Like, at a certain point, just take the fucking bus, dude.
Fuck Mr. Angry Dog. Also, never forget, he bullied a 14-year-old because she wrote fan fiction about his character.
How dare she? How dare that whore?
You remember the original Jane the Killer story was this like stupid little thing about, you know, some stupid Photoshop job. It didn't have any story behind it. And then that Jane the Killer story that I read with the Bad Creepypasta gang on the channel.
Yes, Big Jane Lebowski.
That was the fan story. I didn't know that. And I apologize to Pasta Stalker because we were calling her a Nazi not knowing that she didn't write the original story.
Yeah.
But Mr. Angry Dog bullied that 14-year-old girl because she wrote a story based on a character that she liked and didn't have any stories connected to it. Like, oh, I'll make something. And she wrote something that was better than anything Mr. Angry Dog ever read. And I hate that Jane the Killer story. But it's still, like, I think Jane the Killer Born of Science was Mr. Angry Dog's, I think, original story, like, explaining the backstory or whatnot. And it makes...
That's the one that Bad Creepypasta just read, then.
Yeah. So, that's Nazi Man. I love life. Life always has a way of working out for me. So...
I love life?
When I was writing my script for my Jane the Killer video, which I haven't released yet because I have a bunch of other videos I have to make first, it's like, I tried to find the original. It was fucking not easy.
I can send it to you.
Oh, no, I found it eventually. It just got kind of buried.
Well, because, like, there's nothing to the original, like, short little blurb. It's not even like a story. It's like a 2 paragraphs at most. And it's like, I don't even know how that character got... I would say that I honestly gotta think that Pasta Stalker had more to do with that character getting popular than the original creator did.
That's fair to say.
Because
I mean, really, I think it just comes down to the image. Because, like, you think of most famous creepypastas, they've got the image to go along with them. And it's like, that's pretty much all the kids who read it care about. It's
true.
Like, they don't really process the story. They just see the spooky image, and it's like, ooh, that's neat.
I think the same thing happened... I would even argue the same thing happened with Mr. Widemouth, too. Because I remember there used to be an image of, like, a Furby on the site.
Yeah.
A Furby in a cage, which... Again, Mr. Widemouth, I don't think looks anything like that. It looks more like the thing in my thumbnail. I love that I can make use of that image, by the way.
Yeah.
That's from... that's not even from... Because I can imagine people looking at that like, oh, like, someone actually drew a Mr. Widemouth character. Nope, that has literally nothing to do with the character.
Yay.
But then again, I do that a lot. I love... Part of the video making process that I love the most right now is making thumbnails.
I'm sure thumbnails are fun.
You was gonna say something, Damien?
No.
No.
I'm too depressed.
No.
I
mean, what else is new?
wanted to read Six-Legged Rape Centaur first.
I'm good there.
So we'll go on to Crybaby. Now, Damien, I want you to refrain from shouting while we read this story like you did years ago.
You're lucky there's like an 80-year-old woman right next door with thin walls.
refrain from doing that. This story, I don't even think the story is bad enough to warrant the vitriol that we initially gave it. Then again,
I just hated it because of, hey, look, here's rape. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, good, it's one of those stories.
I think in general I've kind of calmed down on the anger I would feel towards like certain stories, like even stories that I find like abhorrent morally, like a fucking Laughing Jack origin story.
Classic.
Like even that, because I originally read that and I lost my shit, and then I read it again. I was like, oh, this is boring and stupid. And
yeah, it's really just very try hard.
Did you mention how the author of Born of Science killed off Pasta Stalker's version of Jane the Killing? Oh yeah, I've covered that on my last stream. I showed the fucking DeviantArt posts of Mr. Angry Dog repeatedly, like making like Photoshop jobs, like a fake tombstone, like Jane Arkansas, rest in peace. Like Jane the Killer killed her off because she's the fake and phony and she hates fakes. Like Mr. Angry Dog is legitimately insane.
Man, I hate phonies.
Big fat phony.
Hey guys, he's a big phony.
No, I mean, I'm not even saying this. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I know that I can embellish when it comes to my dislike of certain people, and I do go too far sometimes, and I'm trying to curb that. I legitimately think, and this is me being entirely sincere, that there is something mentally wrong with Mr. Angry Dog because he has a weird fixation on his fictional characters to where he has over 7,000 posts on DeviantArt, and a large crux of them is making fake photoshops of this character with real people and acting like she's a real person, and the way that he gets upset whenever someone like talk shit about his character he made, he reminds me of a even more serious Chris Chan, because even Chris Chan kind of I think Chris Chan's a little bit more sane in the sense that he has some kind of internal justification as to why he treats them like they're real. You know what I mean?
Nepotism.
No, not that. I'm talking about it within his own.
I thought it was some sort of dimensional merge shit.
Yeah, the fact that he thinks that there's an alternate reality where because he watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit when he was young and he thought it was real, and he thought like
Nepotism.
I mean, yes, but I'm not saying that. I'm trying to.
Saying it.
You're a dickhead. You're a bad person.
I am.
But
I am. Yeah.
but Mr. Angry Dog, unironically, like, I don't think there's any like internal logic with him. He treats Jane the Killer that like it's real because I think in his mind she is real because he wants her to be. Like, she's a millionaire and she's got all these people that loved her. And by the way, Brock Lesnar, she beat the shit out of. That's real, by the way. She beat the shit out of Brock Lesnar. She's best friends with John Cena. These are real things. These are real things posted on his DeviantArt that I'm saying right now.
This is depressing.
And there's so he role plays as her in the. I didn't know that. Is that true? That he role plays as this fictional character in the comments?
I don't want to know if that's true or not.
That raises questions.
Oh, by the way,
I just said that I didn't want to know.
But by the way, real quick, I'm gonna curb this by pointing out one more thing before we go on to Crybaby Lane. Mr. Angry Dog, I remember this distinctly because it was my first like introduction to the dickhead. Like before I decided to try to interact with him on DeviantArt. There was a post I saw where he outright said like I think Pasta Stalker was trying like lucky I don't beat your ass for what you did, like stealing my character. This is a 14-year-old girl, and this was a 20-plus-year-old man who was like 6'8". Never forget that.
Monkey ass.
And now we're gonna go on to Crybaby. Let me see, cause the last story we read actually had a citation as to who wrote it. Perfect Circle 35. Let me see what else did they written anything else? I kind of hope
Who
they
wrote this fucking garbage?
I guess wait.
It doesn't say who wrote this freaking garbage.
Real quick, I clicked the thing and it sent me to creepypasta.com where Mr. Widemouth was posted. Like, oh, okay. And more classic stories can be found here: the Momo Challenge, the Russian Sleep Experiment, and Sonic.exe. Classic.
I want to shoot myself even more now.
Okay. Okay, let's go on a Crybaby Lane. Fuck Mr. Angry Dog.
I'd rather not, but okay.
I feel that the Jane stuff was real. He would stalk Jane and her girlfriend and watch them get intimate.
No.
I don't.
Bad. Bad thought.
Go in the corner and think about what you just did, because you just made me. I legit got like chills from imagining that. So Fish,
Yes.
you lazy bitch. How you
Yes.
doing? How you doing today? Are you feeling alright?
I'm doing alright. I released a video on my game channel.
Oh, I saw it. Is that the one with the gun video?
Yes, I make many gun videos.
Like, I'm gonna do you a favor with my immense influence. Everyone subscribe to his gaming channel. He needs the subscribers. They're kind of not very impressive.
Yeah, it's not doing very well.
Crybaby Lane. Okay, I was gonna ask you. Can you take the reins now?
No.
Oh, at least he gave you an answer.
See, when I say I was gonna ask you, that was a direct order.
Alright. Give me a fucking second here. Alright. Let's read some spooky sketch, shall we?
Spooky skeletons.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh my god. Sound like you spit up. You gotta reserve that bile for when we actually get in the meat of the story, man.
Of course. In 1999,
A man in a bear suit just murdered children and put it on public access.
In 1999, I was 22 and I had just graduated from Emerson University in downtown Boston, majoring in screenwriting. Oh,
Fuck
God,
you.
This is some Squidward suicide shit, isn't it?
I hate you.
Yes.
You pretentious. I already
Specifically in
hate you.
Cartoons and children's programming.
And then I went
My
on.
dad-
You can't major in that in screenwriting.
Can you? Or,
You can't.
I'm gonna look that up right now. Actually, you can keep going.
Cause like my understanding of a lot of cartoons is like that there's not even. They're usually driven by storyboards rather than scripts or screenwriting or anything like that.
Well, I
So-
don't know. My understanding of cartoons is that there's an alternate dimension where cartoons are real.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's fair. Anyway, my debt was pretty bad. So when Nickelodeon Studios offered me an internship at the studio in California, I accepted immediately. It's fucking Squidward
You don't
suicide.
get paid at internships.
I think some.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
Some you,
specifically mentioned.
aren't there some that you do though, or I can't remember.
Unless it's specifically mentioned, you don't get paid.
yeah. Like my debt was pretty bad, so I took this job and moved to California where I wouldn't be getting paid. Fucking genius move right there.
Is this like? Did this story come out before or after Squidward suicide?
I don't
I think
know.
after.
Yeah,
Oh.
let me see the history. Where does this go back to?
You also have to bear in mind, like you're talking about when it was posted, because I don't know if that's completely reliable. Because
Probably not, but it says created page February 2nd, 2011. Let's try and find Squidward side.
Squidward side.
Yeah, Squidward side.
you see that video of that squid, they kill it so they can cook it.
Up August 2010. So this is after Squidward suicide.
Oh lord! So this person's like, "Let me show you how it's done, pussy."
Let me show you how it's done,
And then
Mr.
made it
Squid
worse.
Let me
Man.
show
Oh,
you.
is it actually worse than Squidward suicide?
I think it's worse.
Yeah.
Only because it's even more edgy.
Oh god.
Yeah, I would argue that it's worse than because again, I don't hate Squidward suicide as everyone else does. Like I think it's a objectively bad story, but there's one thing I appreciate about it, and it's that weird kind of mystery of like there's an actual tangible threat in a sense that like the horror comes from the fact that someone snuck in a snuff film into this like viewing, and it's actually
An
people that
animated snuff film.
yeah. So
I mean, I guess see, my big thing with Squidward's suicide is like, it's so interchangeable with any like kids show. Like, I think I mentioned this in my video on it, that like you could just make it Rocco's Modern Suicide and it wouldn't make any fucking difference.
yeah, it does.
Like, it has no reason to be a SpongeBob story,
I think-
except for the fact that like SpongeBob is, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think
SpongeBob is a big name and it gets clicks.
I think that's exactly why they chose to do it. But it's like you said, like I imagine rewriting Squidward's suicide, but it's like some kind of weird film project that this group is working on in like I don't know, college or something. And there's just I don't know, like something a little bit more different and I don't think it would have gotten nearly as much interest.
No, not at all.
What I'm describing almost kind of sounds like that Lost Episodes creepypasta that Slimebeast did. It was like that one weird kid that he knew that was traumatized by what was it, Yolt Yeller, so he like cut the tapes to be more happy, and then he started slowly getting more and more twisted.
I feel like I remember kind of liking that story.
I didn't care for I really liked how it played out, but I didn't really like the end that much. I thought it was kind of too wacky.
I think the ending might have been the part I didn't like, but I'm not entirely sure. Where did you come from?
Alrighty, let's keep going so we can get to the centaur.
Okay.
So, Damien really wants to get into that rape.
Get to the six-legged rape centaur. What the fuck was that?
I
I jumped at the chance to get.
I want that seventh leg, damn it.
I jumped at the chance to get away from dead end job at Benjamin Franklin's tour guide. What a fucking sentence.
I took the opportunity to get away
the second time, it still doesn't make any damn sense.
I want to get away from dead end job peeling potatoes.
Root of the earth.
Wishing potatoes to make vodka, dead end job. At least you got paid.
I do not support capitalist economy.
Many of you ask to see Crybaby Lane, but if you want to see
No,
the
we
original
don't.
Crybaby Lane, you never will. Except you did, because it got found on Reddit like a year after the story got made. Even if Nickelodeon somehow consents to releasing it to you,
Don't say
you
first.
won't be seeing.
What's
up?
First of all, don't use the word consents. Like consent, I don't know. In my brain, at this day and age, always has that one connotation. You know what I'm talking about. And two,
Yeah, I get it.
Many of you asked to see. Who are you talking to? Like, what is? How is this story?
I think just in general, because it's like at this point, it was a pretty famous piece of lost media.
I never heard of it until I read the story. I'll be honest with you.
That's fair. You won't be seeing what was shown on TV, and you sure as fuck won't be seeing the original that Lauer made.
By the way, hope you like swears. Needles swears at that.
I fucking love needless goddamn swears.
Stop fucking cursing on my goddamn channel, you pieces of fucking shit.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah, you fucking bitches. Shut your goddamn mouth and keep it fucking family friendly.
I'm sick of this racist ass honky.
Can you two frickheads shut the heck up?
Okay, okay. I didn't mean no disrespect, sir. Let's just keep reading the story.
Alright. I don't even think Nickelodeon has the original cut of the movie anymore. Except they do, and they, like, showed it off again, like, a couple years later. And if they do, it's only in backup copies. If the backup copies exist, they must be locked away in some vault along with all the deleted episodes of Ren and Stimpy and the never-before-mentioned episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants.
The one where Squidward suicided.
The what now?
The one where Squidward suicided.
He looked up the name of Lovecraft's cat and decided he didn't want to live anymore.
That is a weird...
Repeat jokes, yeah!
This is such a weird-ass sentence, because I have no idea what it's in reference to.
Wait, well, which sentence? The one you just read?
Yeah, with all the deleted episodes of Ren and Stimpy and the never before mentioned episodes of SpongeBob, like it knows what, like the,
What
like we know what it's talking about.
I think I
You know?
think I think that's an issue that a lot of these like stories based off lost media have, is that they operate under the assumption that you are in the know regarding the. To be fair, I think it's a almost fair assumption to make, because if you click on a story about like Squidward, you probably should already know about SpongeBob. But
Like that's fair. But I mean, if I click on a story about Crybaby Lane, then maybe I don't know about these other examples of lost media, and I would like a little bit more detail on that.
And maybe like you also have to assume that a fair amount of, like, when I first saw the title Crybaby Lane, I had no idea that it was anything associated with Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, why
Like
can't
you
it be?
could just as easily think that this is some completely made up story.
Why can't you be more like Ben Drown, where it actually respects you enough to actually, like, let me give you a modest explanation as to how this works and what I'm playing. I haven't read that in a long time, so maybe it's terrible. I just don't know.
I don't know.
I'm actually afraid to. I'm actually afraid to read it again, because I'm afraid that I'm going to end up hating it.
Well, I'm gonna have to read it at some point to make a review for it. All right.
Anyhow,
Anyhow,
let's continue.
I'm pretty sure the director Peter Lauer has the original copy, and it's probably on his mantle next to his snuff films. That creepy ass fuck.
He
You
said,
know what's sad? Peter Lauer is a real person, and let me show you his IMDb.
You said
There.
You said Delector, and I thought, oh, Lindsay Ellis is reading the story again while squinting her eyes. She can't keep getting away with this.
Ah, yes, famous director Peter Lauer.
Stop it, Lindsay! Stop, Lindsay!
Man, look at all these snuff films this guy has made.
Scrub.
2 episodes of Pushing Daisies.
Scrub.
12 episodes of Malcolm in the Middle. This sick fuck.
Does anyone remember Human Target?
No.
I saw the first episode. I thought it was good. It had, what's his name? Jackie R. Hurley. I like him. I hated him in the fucking Friday the 13th remake, but I don't think that was his fault. Run
He
DMC.
just seems like a normal guy making TV show episodes.
Yeah, and this guy
It's just
decides
like this sick
to
fuck.
2 episodes.
yeah, and this guy decided to turn him into this sadistic monster
Well,
for his creepypasta.
To be fair, he did 2 episodes of the Chappelle Show, so that means that he's hashtag canceled.
And 1 episode of Young Sheldon.
Okay, no, he deserves to be beaten for that.
Alright.
Some things I can't
I mean-
forgive.
This does seem like needlessly mean-spirited, though.
I think
Yeah,
that
you don't know. You don't know
Like
this guy.
dragging
Why
this
the
guy
hell
under
do
the
you?
bus.
I think
Like, I get trying to be authentic to the point where it's just like, oh yeah, this is the director's work. He made the thing, but it's like, at least Squidward Suicide had the decency to be like, oh hey, none of the staff here have any idea what the fuck is going on.
I think
Oh yeah, this
It's some
guy's
outside force.
brainchild, and he wanted all this gore and shit.
if I had to be
And apparently he's still making TV to this day, so I guess he got away with it.
if I'm being generous, I like, you know, the old saying, like, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to ignorance. I think I'm assuming that I think he just saw the name on there and just like, I'll just use this guy. I don't think they really like put all that much thought into portraying him in a positive light, because they just saw it as just another name on the project. And I don't know if that's that much better. I think it's kind of very, not even kind of, very inconsiderate, like portraying someone as a
Yeah.
monster. Like, even with the fucking Dead Bart story, like, Matt Groening's portrayed as someone like very uncomfortable by
Yeah,
this
he's,
weird
like,
phenomenon.
Upset about it.
Like, it's like some
everybody
curse.
really
guys,
cool.
I gotta rush to the restroom.
And now Damien's gone. This stream is awful. You guys can't be here for me.
No, we don't like you.
Yeah, but at least be there
Alright.
for me, so you can not like me together.
Alright, shall I continue, or should we wait for him to come back?
Let's continue.
Yeah,
Well-
you guys continue with Mr. Widemouth without me. Anyway, I was hired in 1999, and immediately I was put on a creative production team for the movie Crybaby Lane. It would be almost a year before the movie was due to be broadcast. all in all, it was a pretty low effort kind of thing. There were only 4 people on the creative team, and I was the only steady one. That I don't believe you.
You sound
First
like
of all, you're an intern.
like
First
yeah.
of all, you're an intern.
As replaceable, you are the textbook definition of replaceable.
Like, I understand if maybe like you want to make a really good impression, so you're being punctual and all that kind of shit. But it's just like I was the only one who gave a shit. By the way,
I was looking.
This is
looking the dirt
basically
of
mine.
Well, it says right there, like, Lauer replaced him on a whim, so I think the implication is that he was the one person that stayed on Lauer's good side. Although, I remember later on in the story, he also is very vocal in challenging Lauer, so I don't imagine that will be the case. Like, if I have a vision of a project and this one guy keeps challenging me and I don't think it's conducive to the project, he's going to be the first one to go, a la George Lucas.
Right. Jar Jar the key to all this.
Oh, watching SF Debris, I don't know if you're subscribed to his channel.
No.
He's the.
I don't think I've heard of him actually.
He's the one person who puts out video essays who's been consistently good throughout the entire time doing it on the internet, and he doesn't get into any trouble as far as I know. All he does, he goes online, he makes videos, and he doesn't like run his yap about some stupid shit. And
that's good.
He did some serious covering about the history of like Star Wars and George Lucas and his vision and whatnot, and he actually kind of sold me that George Lucas isn't as like the megalomaniacal, like talentless douchebag that we all think he is. I think he's just like a socially awkward dude who has a different idea of how art should be, put out to the world. Where his perspective is that art is never finished. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can like altering it is no different than just completing it or putting it to its full vision. Although
sure.
I don't agree with that, but it's like
No, I don't either.
I don't like as time went on. I don't like how people were actively malicious about George Lucas and like assuming that he just had an outright contempt for the series he helped create. I don't think that's
what
the
do they
case.
think he is, Disney?
Disney hates you. They hate your children. Well, that Sam Hyde line. They hate you. They want to see your kids you raped and broke, your kids brainwashed, and they think it's funny.
That sounds like Disney. I mean, they certainly hate Star Wars and Star Wars fans, because Jesus Christ.
How much further did you assholes get?
Not that far. We started talking about
like
how Star Wars, like, Disney sucks.
What else is new?
I only heard a crap I relayed from the Elver Analyst. I know every analyst is back. I haven't been watching a few videos because I'm not all that interested in
He
gameplay.
only uploads like gameplay videos every now and then. He's more consistent at uploading than I am.
Yeah, because
no one's more consistent at uploading than me.
Okay.
He's being held at gunpoint by the Chinese to upload like once every 2 years or something.
Is he back in the States or not? I don't know.
I have no clue.
I don't know what would be better for him at this point in this current climate.
There were only 4 people on the creative team, and I was the only steady one. Lauer would replace them on a whim. He said it was to keep it fresh. I thought it was because he was hiding something, and I was right.
Oh, so,
okay, that's
retarded.
I want to point, dude, I do this for my channel. I want you to do every time someone has that annoying dramatic pause with the ellipses. I always just read it out loud. Like, I thought it was hiding something.
Like
No, ellipses, and I was right. I don't outright object to ellipses in stories like this, but it's like
I don't know. I think they're annoying. Ellipses in general.
By the way, I know I missed this point, but why the hell are you on the creative team as an intern? You shouldn't be there.
I mentioned.
Because
it's like cycling out creative teams to keep the story fresh is probably one of the most retarded things you could ever do. Like, that's usually something you hear about when there's like huge behind the scenes drama, where it's like, oh, we had to keep replacing people because it's just like we need, like, everything is just going so terribly wrong. You get that, like, with like the Solo movie or Justice League or any of that kind of shit, Suicide Squad. It's just like we have to fire people, we have to do reshoots. It's just fuck. And it always turns out to be a huge disaster.
Bring in Ron Howard. Bringing Ron Howard to finish
Bringing a
Cryberry.
fucking acting coach for these worthless people who can't act.
But he looks like Han Solo a little bit.
Almost, kind of.
Not really. Not at all, actually.
No. Doesn't sound like him.
I will say one good thing about Solo, though. I kind of like how it looks.
No.
One of the things I like about Star Wars is that it has a lived-in look. And that's kind of what I kind of dig it. And Solo seems to be one of the few Star Wars films that actually remembers that it's supposed to be kind of like a dingy, lived-in world.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
And that's
Like-
literally the only good thing to say about it. Well, I can't. Solo wasn't the worst Star Wars film. It was just boring.
Well, that's because The Last Jedi exists, and that's, like, too high a mountain to climb, my dude. There is a mountain high enough. Then there is a valley low enough.
What
Is there a river wide enough?
Yes, they're all the same thing, and it's The Last Jedi.
Look, don't be singing Elvis at me, okay? That was Elvis, right?
Yeah, all old music is Elvis.
Absolutely.
Learns how to fight in the ghetto. That's how the song goes, right?
Yes.
Oh, let's get. I feel like hands like psychically strangling me right now.
Yeah, like, as far as, like, I guess a lot of space media goes, what I'm not a huge fan of is, like, the overly clean kind of Star Trek look. Like, not to shit-talk Star Trek or anything, it's just, like...
You
prefer-
absolutely mean to shit talk Star Trek.
No, because
I
what
hate
Star Trek has become depresses me.
the uniformity of Star Trek at this point in time is what depresses. Like, you remember there was a point in time where no two Star Trek shows were the same. Like, they didn't like. Deep Space Nine and Voyager didn't resemble shows that were currently on, like, other networks. You
Yeah,
know
they
what
were
I
all
mean?
very distinct, weren't they?
And now fucking
Like, not even just from what was airing at the time, but just from each other, too.
yeah. And now you have Picard, and you can. It's one of those things where it's annoying because you can tell when something stupid happens or some idea is put on paper. Like, you can immediately pick out a piece of current media in your brain, like, oh, this is what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Like, the new Star Trek shows are, I think, trying to very hard to be the Abrams movies, which
I don't
are trying to...
There was one good Abrams movie, and I think that was the fucking first Star Trek film, and I thought it was, like, flawed, but it was enjoyable. And then Into Darkness
it's
was...
just a fine movie,
And then Into Darkness
just,
was utter
like-
garbage.
of course.
Right.
And then there was
I really want to, like, finish the story, not just to move on to the other one, but because this is just terrible.
It
And
really is, isn't it?
I'm
The longer I look at it, the more sick I get remembering all the stuff about it, so...
I want to read the story. Like, oh, so you're saying you want to rip the Band-Aid on? Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I just want to rip it off immediately and not do a slow peel.
I wanna take the tape I put on my balls.
What?
Okay,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, let's give ourselves a Brazilian.
continue, Fish, my best friend.
I will continue. We're like, how many fucking paragraphs into this shit?
We've only gone past the fourth.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We passed the ellipses. We had a little over
We're
a year.
one ellipses down, boys.
Yay!
We had a little over a year to make a made-for-TV movie. Not just to write it and cast it, but to film it and get it edited.
What do you mean we?
Flowered...
Intern,
What do you mean, we?
get the coffee, bitch. And while you're at it, lick the dust off my shoe.
Why do none of these fucking people know what interns do?
I think they legitimately. I think they have no frame of reference on that, and that's why they.
It's fucking grunt work.
I mean, you mean to tell me that an intern doesn't have the exact same amount of power on the project as fucking Steven
You have
Hillenburg?
zero creative influence. At best, you're probably like maybe doing some, like, I don't know, physical sort of camera, not even camera work, because that would be the DOP, I guess. I'm trying to. Why'd I even take those fucking film classes if I don't remember this shit? The people moving all the shit behind the scenes and turning lights on and off.
You basically
That's
work.
what I did.
Basically working in grips, right?
Grips! Fucking thank you.
I only know about that because the podcast I used to listen to. Someone talked about it a lot.
Fucking grips.
Oh,
Thank you.
my hip.
Christ. Yeah. You might be doing some shit like that. Like, at best, you have zero creative input.
Yeah, grip and lighting
You're a
department.
fucking intern. Yeah.
So, but you know, this kid, like all of us collectively, mostly me, I had to shoot and film the film. I basically kicked Lauer off the project. He was basically working as my footstool.
Yeah, I don't know what the... Oh.
What's happening?
Okay, no, we're good. Like, when you turn the air conditioner off, sometimes it turns my screen off.
Oh, shit.
For like half a second.
That's scary.
It's just like,
What
oh
the
my
hell
god,
kind
I've
of
lost
outlet do you
everything.
have your everything plugged into?
It's a trailer, and there's very little electricity that can stand being in here. We're constantly walking a razor's edge. As long as the air conditioner is off, yeah. I mean, even then, I used it when it was on, and it's fine.
You know what, boys? Let's all move to Alaska. We'll
fix your sleep schedule.
Nah, I'm not really comfortable with eating blubber nuggets.
He's like, we're up. You want to come do your laundry? I'm like,
I'm very.
What blubber nuggets would do?
You got a problem with blubber nuggies? Let's imagine
I mean, they're chewy, but that's about it.
I'm just imagining like some fat Eskimo streamer is like, "Mom, where are my blubber nuggies?"
No, sorry.
Here I was making a Fairly Odd Parents joke, and then you turned
I know.
into that.
I recognize the joke. I refuse to humor it because I don't watch Fairly Odd Parents. I'm a man. I recognize.
Big man, I only watch SpongeBob.
I mean, at least I'm talking about the good episodes. Shit.
I watch SpongeBob because I like watching Steven Hillenburg's desires get shit on. Fuck Nickelodeon. I'm still angry about that.
Yes. Milking the dead man. Anyway.
Ain't it great? Okay, where the fuck was I? Lauer didn't work fast at all. After the first 3 weeks, we only had the ideas for the first 15 minutes of an 85-minute movie.
I mean,
that's not how the
bad.
writing process works,
Not,
at all, by the way.
I don't even know anything about this, but that sounds completely wrong. It sounds as
That
backwards
is-
of you.
Yeah, it should have already been done, but if you were just going with it on the fly, that doesn't sound too bad.
Like, you don't really write a story in order, per se. You do drafts. I think, like, the first things you should have are the beginning and ending done without question, and then you draft it, and then you, like, go over your script, you redraft it, and then you start working on it. You know, you don't just like, okay, we've got the first 15 minutes done. What do we got next? That's not how the writing process works.
Well, I mean, were you an intern for
Just because
Nickelodeon?
that's how you wrote the shitty story doesn't mean that's how actual writers do this.
Were you an intern for Nickelodeon? I don't think so.
I was not an intern for Nickelodeon.
So you
I did not get to serve coffee to SpongeBob SquarePants.
Do you get to give him a hickey?
No.
Hold on. Read the. I want you to read the next sentence. I got a picture of Peter Lauer on screen. I'm going to describe what he looks
well,
like.
I mean, no, you probably. I don't even know if you have the right Peter Lauer.
I think this is him. Hold on. Arrested Development Wiki. Yeah, I think that's him. I think he worked on Arrested Development, right?
Well, he had like 1 billion TV shows under him in his IMDb page.
I'm just going to assume this is the guy.
Let's assume it's the guy. Lauer, even at this point, was a weirdo. He was tall and lanky, and he carried himself awkwardly. He stuttered when he talked, and sometimes, when you were hunched over a piece of paper during those endless, quote, brainstorming sessions, unquote, you'd look up and you'd catch him staring at you, smiling.
Yeah, that's completely wrong. I don't get that impression from that guy at all.
Yeah, again, let's bring up, if you gentlemen can look at the screen for a second. This is Peter Lauer. Does he look can you sense the menacing air radiating off this gentleman?
Hang on, I'm still very far behind.
I am also very far behind.
Hold on, I can't bring this fucking... Can you enlarge the image, please, Google? God damn it. You had one job, Google. Menacing isn't an
Yeah,
audience.
I don't get menacing at all.
Look at his tall. Again, they're like among the four dudes he's around. He's like only the third tallest, so he's like tall and lanky. He's not that lanky. He actually kind of looks like he's in shape.
He looks normal.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is
he looks like a normal uncle or something.
like you can't imagine this guy just leaning over your chair like, "What you working on?"
No.
It's
Yeah, he
almost.
looks like a normal uncle.
It looks like Uncle Ted, the kind of guy who comes around and makes those kind of corny,
Sounds
corny.
more like John Kirk Falsey? Who's that?
Ooh.
The Ren and Stimpy guy, John K.
Don't. That is the meanest thing you could possibly say. Fuck that guy. Fucking nonce. Like even
Yeah,
even if you look,
he was a freak. You could easily write the story about fucking Ren and Stimpy
Oh,
and have it actually be true.
that's actually a great idea. You should have. That would have been that would have explained so much more.
This story would be ahead of its time if that were the case.
That would have been so great. It's like making a story about like in 2010 about Bill Cosby being like creepy around people and like being kidnapping people. Like,
Lost episode of the Cosby Show.
That's
Brandy,
all.
get out of the plan.
That's exactly what Bill said to Brandy.
I thought for a second there you were talking about the actual episode.
That would be great. The cat's getting in a plant again. Darn it. He's getting in a nuclear power plant again.
My cat thinks a pod is a seat.
I mean,
Is
wait.
it not?
Yeah. But,
No, it is a plant.
well, maybe in your culture, okay.
Okay. He'd look away when you caught his eye, and I guess that was the creepiest part. He always looked like he had something to hide. The brainstorm sessions at first were alright. We got the premise of it down pat. Two brothers unleash a demon, and they get into mischief trying to get everything back to normal.
That sounds uncanny for a Nickelodeon show.
I put
Yeah.
Peter Blowery's face back on the screen when he described like he always looked like he had something to hide. Menacing.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
that was the
it
plot
only
of the
looks like
Doom
he's
game,
hiding a
that would
birthday
be-
surprise for you.
Yeah, like I don't know, like there's been a lot of like weird high concept shit on Nickelodeon. Like Invader Zim is one of the
Sure.
the child
But they were at least subtle about it in some way.
child getting his
And even
eyes
though
ripped
Invader
out
Zim is just like,
in the episode Dark
well, I mean,
Harvest.
From a concept level, Invader Zim is just like, okay, here's a little alien who wants to take over the world, but he sucks at it. And that's the premise of the show, and that's totally workable for like a goofy kid show.
And then you actually watch it and like, oh shit, this is some dark shit. And it's also hilarious. So you can either get Invader Zim or you get a Kid vs. Cat. No one remembers Kid vs. Cat.
I was just gonna say.
What the hell are you talking about?
Imagine
this jiggery pokery you're talking about.
it's a show about a alien feline that tries to take over the Earth. It's basically Invader Zim, but not as funny. And the funny thing is, Kid vs. Cat actually did inspire something that I intend to make one day. Like a webcomic I want to make.
You want to make a webcomic in the dark age of webcomics?
That's pretty gay, bro.
It's one of the few consistent ideas. Like, you know when you have an idea and you have it and then you lose you lose the interest in it almost like as time goes on. And this is the one idea I've had where I've had it for years and I really want to do it. It's basically like, the Thing from Another World, or just, John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
Imagine that, except it's like a small cat, like it's an alien trying to invade, and it's like a small cat, but basically posing as a cat and trying to blend in while horribly murdering people when his owner doesn't notice. And it's like a comedy I want to do.
Wasn't that kind of the Futurama episode too?
Yeah. I mean, it's not an original idea by any means.
Right.
I have certain things worked out in my head, like he's not the only. It's like one of the last beings. The whole thing about his race is that it's like insanely hard to kill. they're incredibly murderous and bloodthirsty, and they don't. Nothing about them in an evolutionary sense makes sense. Like, their ability to kill is not at all for the sake of anything practical. It's like they were made specifically just
like
to...
a cat.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, God isn't fair. You're born with sickness, but this thing could kill you in like 500 different ways just because it thinks it's funny. I was so tired of my job at the Benjamin Franklin Museum, I decided to quit so I could get an internship where I could make no money. I didn't register that. I forgot he had an actual job outside of that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that. Like, oh, hey, you're not going to make any fucking money. Like, I'm more concerned about moving to California, which is expensive as fuck.
Why would you willingly do that to
when
yourself?
You're making no money? Like, how do you plan to survive with no income?
Let's go to
California.
Let's go to that area filled with droughts
and give me money,
no.
please.
Move out of the basement and we'll talk.
But I'm working with Nickelodeon. Please give me money.
I told you, like,
You're
son,
not working for them.
Son, I told you I wanted you to work with Cartoon Network. You're a disappointment. What would your father say?
Would your father say if you found out you weren't working on Ed, Ed, and Eddie? We're on the same time frame.
To be fair, like, I honestly wouldn't want to work with Ed and Eddie because I remember Dan Antonucci was kind of a giant asshole.
What else is new?
Was he?
All the people I look up to are assholes. What else?
Well, he's not like, when I say giant asshole, I mean like he's someone who probably, I mean in the sense that he's probably be a pain to work with. I don't mean like
Sure.
like fucking John K. and an actual fucking nonce.
Well, I can imagine he was probably a bit of maybe a perfectionist.
Yeah,
because
that's what I
Ed
hear.
and Eddie was of such high quality.
I
Which,
don't
you know,
really
at least I
understand
can
how you
respect
can
that.
be when the main standout point of Ed, Ed and Eddie is shaky outline.
Well, I mean, to keep up with that consistently is probably easier, or it's probably harder than it would be to, like, just have more rigid characters, I suppose. Like, I imagine Ed, Ed and Eddie was probably harder to animate than, say, Dexter's Lab.
Didn't it? Because I remember in season 1 that squiggly, like the squiggle vision was a little bit more prominent. Where it was like, I guess it was a little bit slower and more noticeable. And I think past season 2, like, it stopped being as prominent.
I didn't notice that, actually. I might have to rewatch the series and see what the deal with that is.
I think I might be in the minority where I think season 1 and 2 were my favorites. I think Eddie is my favorite when he was like almost like street savvy and smart. And like, you can actually understand why he would be the leader, and as the later season gone on, he kind of emphasized the fact that he was just a loudmouth with a Napoleon complex and a lot of greed. I mean, I still liked Eddie, and he kind of redeems himself in the movie.
I mean, he was also pretty much the leader because Double D was just a pussy and Ed was dumb.
Yeah.
It's funny because that one flashback episode kind of explained, kind of in a weird way, kind of made sense that their dynamic would be that way, where Ed knew Eddie longer than he did Double D.
Yeah.
We'll have an Ed and Eddie stream. Because I love it so much. That's my...
One of these days we'll have to go to Ed, Ed and Eddie, watch the channel, and then just dub the whole stream over with Ed and Eddie sounds.
Well, I actually have a fucking thing of Ed and Eddie soundtrack, like sound clips. And
so do I.
Yes, Fish. That includes the sumo sound.
Of course.
You...
It's the best.
It
is one of the best sound effects.
I can't do it either, don't worry.
Like that.
It can't... I know what that came from, and I still don't know who said it. Like, that was from the fucking, that early bit he did. Was that teenager who found the genie?
Yeah.
And
then like a sumo wrestler just drops out of the sky. I forget what he wishes for.
I think he wanted imported beer, and it was like, she's an imported sumo. Yes, you want an Ed and Eddie stream? Well, fine. I'm gonna close this thing right now. What's your favorite episode of Ed and Eddie, Damien?
You expect me to remember all of those episodes?
Fuck you. What's your favorite
Shit.
episode, Fish?
I like the one where they live in Rolf's shed.
I think my favorite... Cause it's split up between my favorite episode and my favorite special.
I guess the one that I remember the most that I liked was maybe like the 3 Jawbreaker one. No, the 2 Jawbreaker one, and they tried to split it up.
Oh, that was a good one.
The go to maturity is a difficult maneuver.
What's your my favorite special was it used to be the Halloween special, but then I realized that the Valentine's one is the one. The Valentine's specials generally suck, and Ed and Eddie had the one good Valentine's Day special.
That's fair.
Sarah and Jimmy as Cupids, yeah.
And Ralph was the MVP of that, and it felt like that episode was a deliberate jab at strippers.
Pretty much, yeah.
I fucking love Rolf.
You tickle
I hate
those
crab
rats.
herrings, and you should too.
Remember when fucking Eddie fell in love with Plank, and Ed fell in love with a sandwich?
I mean, that sounds like something Ed would do.
I mean, you've seen me on my videos. What I look like. I look like I've had many affairs with sandwiches. They never work out because they're never around that long for me.
Alrighty, where were we?
Crabbaby Lane. Wait a minute. One comment.
Okay.
Who won the fight?
Exactly.
Who won the fight? John K versus Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider looks like a he doesn't look like he would like stand up in a fight. John K looks like a crazy motherfucker who'll take your eye out with like one of those what was it, compass? Is that what it's called?
It's agility versus
those
endurance.
compass.
He'd be too busy trying to sniff John K's feet.
And John K would have already thought up of 10 different ways to kill him.
Be polite, be efficient, have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
Okay, sniper.
Sprinkling.
Sprinkling.
Sprinkling. Okay, I forgot.
Not exactly. Not exactly daytime MA stuff, but you know, it was an alright start.
Where's that? Oh, wait, okay, daytime. Okay, right there. Next, I see it. I see it, Damien. Thank you.
Yeah. I know Fish is supposed to be reading it, but he's having a conversation right now, so...
Someone
has to take over.
I'm so sick of him having, like, real-life loved ones outside of me.
Yeah.
It's incredibly inconsiderate.
Alrighty.
I'll continue. Not exactly daytime Emmy stuff, but, you know, it was an alright start. I thought the movie should be goofy and spooky, kind of like Courage the Cowardly Dog sort of deal. When was... Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh, you're mentioning other network shows on Nickelodeon? You can't do that.
It was in 1999, so when did Courage the Cowardly Dog come out?
I think that was early.
I think around that time frame.
I mean, it was only on for a couple seasons.
I mean, the movie came out at around 2000, supposedly.
Movie?
Oh, no.
I'm referring to this movie.
Okay.
I thought you meant Courage the Cowardly Dog. I was like, that's not a movie.
I got excited for a minute. Wait, there was a movie and I missed it? Yeah, 1996.
Yeah,
okay.
but it was live action and it sucked.
Look, I would have settled for that at this point, to be honest. No, then again, the voice actor for Eustace is dead. The voice actor for Eustace is dead. No, I don't. It's like with was it John Witherspoon? When he died, I don't want a new season of Boondocks.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Okay, however, from the very beginning, Lauer made it clear that he wanted the film to be as scary as possible. He didn't want to be cheap thrills with a good, wholesome ending. He wanted to push it farther than Are You Afraid of the Dark ever dreamed of. Ellipses, and I guess he did. I like Are You Afraid of the Dark, and I think there were some episodes that have, like, dark connotations, but that's not really a high bar to jump.
I mean, that's essentially a children's horror show.
Yeah,
it's like
at the end of the day,
it's like asking to be scarier than those animated versions of Tales of the Crypt.
So, guys, I'm thinking, since I wanted to be like Courage the Cowardly Dog, so we need to get some CGI, and we need to have a ghost, and it says, "Return the stone, or suffer my hex."
Completely original
That's bold.
idea. I've never heard that before.
And it'll be called,
That's bold.
it'll be called Prince Osiris, instead of King Ramses.
Ooh. The man in gauze. The man in gauze.
I need to find a full. I need to find that to play it on like to begin my next stream. That song has been stuck in my head ever since I was a kid. They deserve to die if they can't appreciate that masterpiece of music.
Yeah.
It was about 3 weeks into production when I noticed something. Lower had the absolute power of persuasion over everyone else in the creative production team. Shouldn't it be creative team or creative or? I don't know. It's usually just one word. Isn't
Maybe
it?
you just have wrestling on the mind.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's true. No one fought him, and by the third week, he was already suggesting some morbid things. I remember he said he wanted the little brother to die halfway through the movie, getting hit by a dump truck.
That is morbid, you're right.
That's hilarious.
Oh no, it's Truck-kun.
I was about to make the
What are
same
you
joke.
doing?
And then the brother goes on to be a singer in an alternate dimension or some shit. I don't know. I never seen that show, and I don't plan to.
Oh, the zombie one?
Yeah,
Basically.
I've heard good things about it, but it looks weird.
Basically, yeah.
I've
I've only heard about it from Apopent, and I don't remember that much about it anyway.
I merely shot it down. I was the only one who said anything, and of course, being the intern that I am, I had like my power of persuasion was.
Why do you pretend you have fucking any creative
Yes.
input? Stop this.
Could you imagine like sitting in a meeting?
The freaking hierarchy of the freaking job table.
Could you imagine like sitting in a meeting, like you're working to finish this project, you're listening to the guy pitch it, and you're like okay, like well, you know, blah 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 blah, and then the fucking intern comes in, like actually, I think this is what you should do. Like, who the fuck is you?
Shit. Sorry, man. He's the intern. We gotta listen to him immediately.
Get the fuck out!
I'm so sorry, sir. Can we get you some coffee?
Like Lauer just immediately like jumps on the table and like bows his head like they're bowing to Mecca. They bow.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Intern, sir.
Okay, let me see. I immediately shot it down. I was the only one who said anything, and it stayed that way until I left the studio entirely and never came back. At first, cannibalism and other fucked up shit was kept to jokes and tasteless comments, but as time went on, it became more and more overt. I gave him an idea, which most of the time he would end up using. How about the movie starts with
He went with your ideas?
I mean, is this like a weird
story?
Is this like a weird like I been using the term Gary Stew a lot in these streams, but it feels like the author's like a weird.
This is very justified. This is super weird.
Like he listened to me.
Like at least with Squidward's suicide, he was just in the room. He shouldn't have been.
He
But he was
shouldn't
just
have
there.
been in the room, but he was in.
But it wasn't act like he wasn't like an important like this guy is basically saying like I was a factor in this thing being made. Period.
Yeah.
Which was
It's so fucking weird.
I give him an idea, which most of the time he would end up using. Like, how about the movie starts with a morbid undertaker who reads them stories? To which you reply, yeah, and then he cut them up into little pieces and force-feed them to his dog. That sounds pretty wholesome.
Man, I know that voice from somewhere. I just can't piece it.
And they make... Well...
Hey, Beavis.
I'm trying to do like a Weevil, like a Weevil Underwood, like. and feed them to my bug monsters. He made those jokes a few times in early stages. Then he got serious.
Oh no, he put on his serious face.
He'd stand like he was Jesus or something and clear his throat loudly and proclaim his idea. I'd be the only one to shoot it down. You fucking hero.
What a hero.
Yeah, thank you for saving us.
So brave.
Every fucking time.
I was the only one brave enough to stand up to this monster who had ideas about his children's made-for-TV spooky movie.
I like to, like, this dude, the character in this went on to, like, be, like, a Twitter poster. Like, hardcore. Like, you could tell, what I'm saying is that the narrator of the story is a blue check mark. Hands down.
I hate this guy so much.
No doubt.
One day,
God damn.
near the end of our brainstorming sessions, Lauer cleared his voice and stood up. We all fell silence and looked at him like we normally would. I mean, yeah, the person...
He did not command us to avert our eyes.
He stood up and said, "Hey, gentlemen and ladies, I have an idea." I remember when
I mean, that's close enough, but the way it's actually written is even worse.
I was like, "Gentlemen and Gentiles, I have an idea." Well, he's friends with Dan Schneider. Schneider, come on, let's make the connect. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I remember what he did.
I'm not saying anything here, except for all the things I'm saying.
I paused, and he looked right at me. He said, The story will evolve around a legend of a pair of Siamese twins. You ever heard of the Donner Party?"
No.
Everyone nodded except for me. I didn't like what this conversation was. Did you hear about it or not?
Bullshit. Bullshit. You didn't nod because you didn't like where it was going. You didn't nod because you didn't know.
Like, literally, everyone in this fucking room knew about this one incident?
Of course.
I mean, it's kind of a dark point in the Oregon Trail history, but who remembers that?
They ate themselves when it got cold. They ate each other.
And they tasted terrible.
They tasted terrible.
They tasted like rotten sausages you left in the back of the freezer.
I'm just trying to do that bit from South Park. It's making Jews into stereotypes. Stereotyping Jews is terrible. God, South Park used to be so good.
Yeah, whatever happened?
They got serialized, which I don't think I'm in the minority anymore. Like I was the one saying for years that I want Episode of the Week structure to make a comeback, and now everyone's just as tired of it as I am. I felt that way before it was cool. You're all posers.
Bunch of phonies.
Everyone nodded, except for me. Oh, wait. Everyone nodded again. I closed my eyes. What would these Siamese twins do if they got nothing to eat? So, would one wait until the other twin dies and then consume his own sister's flesh? Assuming that, of course, it's a sister. I mean, it could be two dudes, although that would be kind of gay, and we're a wholesome Christian family network. You know what I'm saying? Tommy, open your eyes. Tommy, intern boy. Open your eyes. Now, would they claw out each other's eyes until one of them was dead, and then dine upon them like a vulture, tearing the flesh off a dead deer? I do not know. It is interesting indeed.
I mean,
Yo,
I mean, the answer is kind of simple. They'd just go to the store.
I mean, I'm throwing out hypotheticals here. Like, I think this is a very interesting conversation.
I mean, yeah, sure, but they'd just go to the store and get some food.
Well, what if they don't got change, huh? Tommy, intern boy, huh? You ever thought about that?
They just steal it.
Okay, so you're saying that Siamese people from Siam are fucking thieves now, huh? Is that what you're telling me? You know, look, we're gonna have all kinds of shit on this project. We're gonna have rape, cannibalism. I'm not gonna tolerate racism on my fucking production set. Get the fuck out.
Actually, I'm gonna stay because I'm an intern, and the intern has more authority than the director.
Who let this guy in here?
The intern.
Oh yeah. I didn't like where the fuck I was. I don't know why I laugh at that. I didn't know what the fuck I was hearing. I opened my eyes and looked around the room. No one was fucking moving. Everyone's eyes was on Laura except for mine. When I looked at him, he was still
I mean,
staring.
that's just polite.
Everyone's looking at the director while he's talking. What is this psychopathy?
Is this like George Lucas on the set of Empire Strikes Back? Like, look, guys, you ever heard of the Donner Party? And like it just like everyone's going fine, and like he just brings it up out right the fuck out of nowhere. I was thinking we, I was thinking we can have Anakin eat the orphans.
Which one would you do all this?
I mean, you're gonna get.
Your
Yeah,
character
I'm,
we've
I'm,
ever had.
I'm thinking about adding a scene where, after Darth Maul falls to his death, he just Anakin appears from a vent out of nowhere and just starts eating his flesh.
So you know, Luke and Leia are gonna be like twins. So what if they were Siamese twins? Which one would eat each other first? I looked at him. He was still staring at me. Okay, children like violence. They revel in it. Children like to be scared, so we'll scare them, won't we, Johnny? He leaned over the table, getting
Who the hell is Johnny?
Johnny intern boy. I like to imagine Laura just gonna keep calling him random things. All right, Timmy intern boy, come here. My name is Stefan. All right, Eddie intern boy, come here. I leaned in close to the table, pretty damn close to my face. His breath smelled like decaying shit.
How the hell do you know that?
You're an asshole.
It's just
How
mean
do you
and
know that?
rude.
How do you know what decaying shit smells like?
I eat pieces.
Smell like poo-poo.
I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit for breakfast? No.
Shut up.
Adam Sandler used to be hilarious.
He was funny in the first place?
He was. He's actually a good guitarist too. No one remembers that because he doesn't try anymore. And when he does,
He doesn't need to. He's practically a millionaire.
true. I stared, and to be fair, like I can't say anything because there's an audience for those Happy Madison films. They usually do well. So
Except for when they don't.
Well, no, conjoined twins are practically attached to each other, Mateta. Siamese are just, they look really similar.
Is that how it works? I thought Siamese twins was just basically like an old term that's kind of outdated, used for conjoined twins, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I think that was something else.
Wasn't Ben Carson the first person to ever like successfully separate Siamese twins?
Oh, so they are. My bad.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember when Carson ran the first time. I always knew him for like being this kind of mentally spaced out, weird black dude. I didn't know that he was like one of the best surgeons in history. I never would have guessed. I stared back at him. I think you fucked up, to be honest. I don't know what kind of I want to give this guy kind of a whiny voice because I hate him so much.
Yeah, but yeah, it's especially that Gary Scoop someone.
Yeah, because especially if he's gonna be like this weird, self-important, smug-ass fucking. fuck.
I think you're kind of fucked up, to be honest. He smiled and
It
backed
needs
away.
more voice cracking.
I think you're pretty fucked up.
Yikes, Scoob! That was terrible.
Zoinks! Like, I think you're pretty fucked up, to be honest.
He smiled and backed away. Oh, I'm fucked up, alright. But you gotta be fucked up and to survive in this cutthroat world. I'm trying to teach... Write this down. Tommy intern guy. Tommy, Billy bitch tits over there. Come here, write this down. I want
You got my name right for 1 minute.
Who? Who is you? His
My
grin
name's
expanded.
Johnny.
His grin expanded. Literally, right now, I'm gonna show you some pictures that will spark your imagination sexually. I mean, it did for me. I want to see if I'm not, I want to make sure I'm not alone in this world. He got up and locked the door from the inside. I stood up and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" Let's not make any errors in judgment, Timmy tulips. Sit down.
Tulips? Oh, you have two lips? Oh no, that's
no.
horrible.
No. Sit the fuck down. And for some reason I did, because he was taller than me and I was a scrawny, pasty-faced shithead. but I'm just gonna let you know that I could have kicked his ass right then and there.
Could have done it.
I could have. But my fucking arthritis kicking in. From working so hard. Because my hand was cramped because I was drawing all the pictures for the storyboard by myself. And then Steve Hillenberg...
Like that.
And then Steve...
Hope you're ready to shout at these random capitalized words for no reason.
And then Steve Hillenberg came in and said, you know, you're pretty cool. I'm going to make a character on SpongeBob based on you. And that's how Larry the Lobster was made.
Larry... I'm surprised anyone remembers Larry.
Lauer pulled out one of those shitty overhead projectors. Like, you just gotta be, like, pedantic about everything, don't you? Like, one of those shitty ones. Because Lauer was using it. Fuck you.
Everything he touches turns to shit. Because I said so.
You almost sound like Chills then.
I don't even know who the hell that is.
I turned to shit.
Oh, that guy.
I love Chills. He turned on the switch and he speak shouted, and in a unusually high, anti-Semitic voice. This is the fucking muse we need to continue this pro-fucking-duction. This is what every child should see. Now, I'm going to show you some dick pics here, and I want you to rate them on a scale from 9 to 10. His eyes...
Does it count if I give it an 8.9?
You got one more time, Eddie Inputern kid. His eyes...
Get this kid right the fuck out of here.
His eyes bulged in his head. He put the image down in the glasses.
They bulged into his head? That's disgusting.
Yay.
It's like when a frog swallows, its like eyes just get back into its skull.
They swallow?
Yeah.
I've never seen a frog swallow.
Yeah, they gotta swallow their food.
Says who? You think it tough? You think it bad? I'm not afraid of you.
I think I'm a pretty tough dude.
Okay, nerd. I'll see you 3 o'clock after school at the parking lot.
No, I don't go to school.
I'll fight you at the playground then.
Oh, okay.
What if
I do go to the playground every day?
It's funny because if there's a neutral, imagine like, because there are states where the mutual combat is a thing. Like these two adults arranging because it was what they're so used to. Like you and me, like at 3 o'clock in the parking lot at the local elementary school.
I was gonna say Denny's, but okay.
Why Denny's?
Why not Denny's?
Because that was an old meme.
I've never eaten at Denny's, so I was about to say... Well, at least it's not getting into a fist fight at a fucking Little Caesars. I mean, that's...
You've not done that?
I mean, I want to punch someone for saying that this is worth $5.
I mean, it tastes like a pizza that was made on a $5 budget.
I could do better.
Like a pizza that was made out of $5 bills.
The image
but then that implies it's worth more than $5.
No.
There's recycled money, too. I remember when I was young, there was an art store I went to, and they had, like, these special pencils that were made out of recycled money. And they wrote really well, too. I had a weird obsession with pencils when I was younger. The image was black and white, but it was grainy. I could vaguely make out a boy laying on a brick floor, and his arm was cut... His arms were cut off, and his bloody little nub black dots. What?
Huh?
What does that mean? His bloody little nub black dots. Was that racist? Is that a racial slur?
That's probably racist.
It might be.
Hey! I am many things. I am a rapist. I am a murderer. I am a racist. I am a philanthropist. But I am not racist.
But you just said you were.
What?
Get this man out of my office.
I was trying to do that. My Homer is not a communist. He may be an idiot, a drunk, a freeloader, a communist, but he is not a porn star. The only thing that was clear was his face. He was bleeding from the mouth. Laura almost threw the paper overhead, slamming down another one like he was Yugi slamming down the fucking head of Exodia.
Oh no, he broke the projector by doing that. Now we can't see the rest of the images.
It was a zoom-in shot of a boy's face. It was in color. Blood trickled from his open mouth on the brick floor. His eyes shut. Grimy blood underneath his eyebrows and eyelashes. Then his eyes opened and wait, what?
It's a still image. How could his eyes open from a still image?
It's the images in Harry Potter that are moving images.
Are you stupid? I'm not talking to you two. I'm talking to the person who wrote this. Like, did you... God, I'm getting into that mode where I attack the authors senselessly. But, like, and this has been years since this guy wrote this, but did you forget what you were writing halfway into writing it?
Like, do you forget what pictures are? Did you forget them for those other things?
Do you forget what photographs are?
Or, like, even worse, like...
Picture.
Are
Not
we...
for nothing, but I thought this was a tiny person.
God damn it. Are we dipping into... Is this some stupid shit where it's dipping into some weird supernatural bullshit? That's one of the things I hated about Squidward's suicide. Is that I liked it... Well, I thought it was passable when the threat was, like, you know, grounded in reality. But then it, like, oh, well, it was... The change of the film... The change was made 20 seconds into it being put into production. And also, the sound was, like, supernaturally good. Fuck off. Like, you had something that... The potential to be something. Well, this doesn't because it was so shitty. But then you ruined it. Like, I mean, to be fair, this is worse than Squidward's suicide so far. Because Squidward's suicide built up. At the very least. Like, it eventually, like... It worked its way up to the stupid gore. And like, we're just, like... Right here. Dump it right here. Right in my face.
Just give me a big old load of spooky gore right in my face.
I'm gonna get getting underneath the glass table, like, hit me with it. The blood trickled from his open mouth onto the brick floor, blah blah blah. Then his eyes opened and I screamed. No one else in the fucking room did. Until it died in infancy? What?
What?
I guess his scream died in infancy. I don't know.
Or
I can't write.
So it's like he just started to scream and then just stopped. Like not even like a nanosecond later, he just went like.
Someone needs to make a bad creepypasta soundboard because I want to have it on, like, on standby every time I read something like this, like Jacob's screaming, "Learn to write!" In the died in
They should.
The shrillness
They
ringing.
won't, but they should.
The pupils were completely black. The rest of the eye was normal. The longer I stared, the more the eyes... It's a picture! And the more the eyes opened...
It's a still picture. It's not a GIF. This is like 1999 to 2000. GIFs shouldn't have been a thing then.
No.
Like...
I don't think they were.
Like... I don't even know what...
If they were, they would be called GIFs because that stupid faggot who invented them doesn't know what English is.
No, it's pronounced GIFs. Get it right.
We don't use that language
GIF
on
and
my
hell
channel.
for a fag.
What have I said about using that language on my channel? We're family friendly. God damn it.
GIF and heck.
Thank you. I don't even know, like, I'm trying to articulate my issue with this, and it's like, okay, like, when it comes to these lost tapes, I think the rule of thumb is that the more authentic it seems, the better the story usually ends up being because of it, right?
Right.
And then you have this dumb shit where Magic Moving Pictures and Peter Lauer, the guy who, like, wrote...
is absolutely not Peter Lauer.
Like, this is stupid! You're stupid.
It really is.
You fucked up, boy.
I kind of have a hard time believing this is so stupid.
Right? Like, even Squidward, I can't believe that I live in a world where I had to pay compliments to Squidward's suicide in relation to your story. And your story came later! You had time!
But even
You
then,
had a
I feel
whole
like
year.
Squidward's suicide, you have sort of an expectation going in, like, okay, this is gonna be pretty dumb. Because, you know, it's a story called Squidward's Suicide.
And
But with
again,
this, it's just like, oh, it's like almost like that, but better. It's like not completely retarded, and you read it, and it's just like, oh no, it's retarded.
it doesn't help that the fucking narrator is such a self-righteous dickhead. Like,
I really hate this narrator.
Like, the narrator of Squidward's suicide was just like some guy who didn't understand how internship worked.
Yeah, that's like the worst you could say about him.
Widening and widening, and suddenly it looked like the skin above his eyebrows and saga were going to rip in half. Then they started to bleed. Blood started as a trickle, and I swear to God, I could hear it. More. Now it was like a full-blown stream. More and more, until the... What? More and more... What? Oh, the trickle of blood. Okay, never mind. Full-blown stream, like this one. More, until the brick on the floor was a lake of blood. There's only one brick on the floor? What?
Just one.
He's just laying
All
on...
in all, you're just another brick in the floor.
I don't think that's how it goes, Fish. I think you got it wrong.
No, you got it wrong.
True. Well, I can't get it wrong. I got my new prescription glasses on.
Oh my.
And I told you, I'm getting all the I've gotten hit up several times on Tinder. When they swipe past your picture, that means that they want you, right?
Yes, definitely.
Depends on which way they swipe.
What was it, swipe
If
left?
they swipe right, it means they want you. If you swipe left, it means they definitely want you.
Well, it means that when they swipe left, that means that they're just too shy. I don't blame
It's like you intimidate them with your manliness.
them. I'm pretty darn manly. I could hear
Yes,
it.
with your katana, your fedora, and your
Well,
body pillow on your side.
Well, I'm just saying I respect women a lot. Like, I'm very respectful. I say, when I'm at work, I say, hey, Sally.
This one just said that she has a boyfriend. I better go on a long-winded rant about how
No,
females are the scum of the earth.
no, I don't do that. I'm very respectful. Like, when I'm at work and my female peers, I treat them with respect. I say, Sally, with all due respect, when you tell me when you're going to go a break so I can stiff your chair real quick, I'm nice about it. I could hear
You
it.
gotta let them know.
I can't get it wrong. I have Doug Walker's The Wall on vinyl. How dare you? Don't ever insult me like that. We should watch The Wall. Why not?
Oh god. Oh wait, The Wall
It
is
sounds
in his
like it's
review,
going
or
to
The
take
Wall,
forever.
like the actual good movie.
No, well, there's only one wall that matters, and that's Doug Walker's also intricate review, where he made fun of fun of a guy who got brutalized by. Like, I want Jacob reacted to that video, didn't he?
I think
I
I
don't
did, yeah.
remember.
Like, and Jacob knows more about the fucking education system in Britain at that time and how this lead singer got brutalized during that time because that was the norm. And Doug Walker saying like, "Oh, get over it, snowflake."
Like making fun of a song for being Oscar bait when it's a song written for a fucking album.
Yeah, because Doug Walker doesn't pay attention. I don't even know how much of that is stupidity, because some of these you have to go out of your way not to... Like, you think it's a kind of prerequisite to look shit up, to research before you do the review, right?
No, not anymore.
He's been doing this for years. Like, I can't help but think that he did it deliberately.
You really think he's researched anything in any of his reviews?
Like, he has some frame of reference on some of these matters before. I've seen videos where he's gone, like, even gone into detail about certain, like, shows and TV shows that he liked. And even in shit that I absolutely despise, if I were covering it for my channel, I would go in depth to try to be as impartial as possible and to properly articulate what I have an issue with. Okay.
No, that's gay.
Not true. Jacob's reaction is probably to watch The Wall, and I fell in love. You mean The Wall, the album, or The Wall, the Wall, the review? You gotta specify.
Yeah, one of those makes you a heretic.
It doesn't help that you, again, it's like bad enough that you talk shit about Pink Floyd, that already like gets you on a lot of people's shit lists. But
Yeah.
even if you're not a fan of Pink Floyd, that album, you can't dissociate the personal, like the story behind it, because the story behind it is what the album is all about.
Yeah.
And Doug Walker deliberately ignored that and like basically acted like it was an album made in 2021. We're talking about people like, oh, I'm making a song about I hate school. What? How cringy! Like, okay, whatever you say, dog. Where were we?
Wall. Now back to Nostalgia Critic.
I'm not.
Again.
Oh no.
I'm not black. I'm OJ. Okay.
How do we keep coming back to Nostalgia Critic?
Because I hate him. Well, I don't hate him. I don't like him, but I don't hate him.
I could hear it. I think.
I fell in love with the movie that Pink Floyd made. Okay, thank you. Then they started to bleed. Okay. To be fair, of course we're gonna like go on like tangents because of this shit. This weird, stupid, like boring shit.
Yeah, this is really not quality.
When are we gonna get to the rape? You said there was rape in the story, Damien.
It's
Did you
at
lie?
most a passing line, unfortunately.
That sucks.
Did you promise rape where there was none? You holding out on us, bro?
Oh, I love you two so much. Where were we? People completely. Okay, there we
I
go.
could hear it like I was hiking and I came across a stream.
I could hear it. Like I was hiking, and I came across all this stupid shit, like from School with Suicide. Like the sound from the speakers was like so good. It was like
Too real.
it was like I was sticking my head in the dirt and suffocating. I came across a stream, and I could smell the kid.
Oh God.
Okay, who let
Wait,
Dan?
is that actually in there?
Yeah, it's in here. Who let Dan in
Oh
here?
God.
Mr. Schneider, get out! Get out! We're trying to break.
No, I'm not done smelling.
Mr. Schneider, we're trying to fucking get this
Just pick up
project
more
done.
with, please.
No, Mr. Schneider.
Quite pungent.
Schneider, look, it's Britney Spears' sister. Where?
She's at the set of all that. You need to go get her now.
I'll be right back, guys.
Quick, lock the doors again before he comes back.
I could fucking smell his rot. That sounds dirty for some reason.
It does, doesn't it?
I leaned underneath the table and vomited. When I rose back up, the images were gone. Everyone else in the room was expressionless. Lara, turn on the lights. Okay, guys,
Little did I know, everyone else in the room was a freaking mannequin.
Okay, guys, we had a great session. You're free to go. Come on. Same thing tomorrow. Susan, don't forget to hold my calls. Teddy, good job. Your input was really worthwhile. I just imagine this guy just like...
Johnny!
This guy's just spazzing out and everyone just like having a regular meeting, and after a while, like, okay, just having his moments, just ignore him.
Oh God, the intern threw up under the table again.
Ignore him. And he said, unlocking the door. I walked through those fucking doors, and I never came back. Good. Well, isn't that you never came back, or you were fucking fired for throwing up in the fucking talking over the head of the project constantly when you have no position to do so, throwing up underneath the table, and like
delaying the project if it's already short time frame.
Speaking out when you're not supposed to. That's not your job. And why are you in the room? You're supposed to be in grip and lighting. Leave.
Oh, I'm the most important part of this project. I'm the intern.
This happened near the end of the brainstorming process, and by the time I left, the casting was done and the script was almost fully written. They were desperately behind schedule. I think Laura planned it that way, so there wouldn't be time for proper editing. I never watched the real thing when it aired, but I heard it from a friend who was working at the editing department. That okay,
You have friends?
Oh my god.
my friend, and that friend was
That's
Albert,
the biggest plot twist so far.
and that friend's name was Albert Einstein.
Oh my god.
And then everyone clapped. That they had a good 15 to 20 minutes disturbing foot. They had to cut a good 15 to 20 minutes of disturbing
Nice
footage.
glasses, idiot.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Stop being mean to
You
me.
should have wore contacts.
It'll be a cold day in hell before I get contacts.
You don't like sticking plastic
Well,
crap
guess
in your
what?
eye?
Hell's freezing. Get contacts.
You're gonna catch these hands, fool. Like I legit, yeah, I have a phobia of things coming near my eye. Weirdly enough, the film, disturbing footage from the film before it was fit to be released, and it was only fit to be what?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Okay,
No.
It's like
I think
they edited it until it was ready to be released, and it was.
Oh.
They
Good
did-
job.
they didn't have enough time
You
to check
did it.
the footage frame by frame. I guess he got his wish. Unless they cut every single scene that had pictures in them. Every child watching Crybaby Lane has an unconscious memory of those pictures, and I weep for them. Fuck you!
Were they
Fuck
pictures
you.
Or were they moving?
You don't
fucking
have a
gifts?
soul.
I really do. They fucked me up, and as I write this to you, it'll be the last thing I ever write before I slip my
Oh.
throat. Oh, god damn it.
You pussy. You absolute coward. You wuss.
This is so stupid. Like, I'm actually...
I saw some very unsettling things, and now I'm gonna kill myself over it.
Oh, fuck off.
This is not, like, new to this story. Like, there's been a few creepypasta that had this weird cliche where I'm gonna end up killing myself at the end. And it's like,
This is so terrible. I must die.
I'd rather kill myself and suffer nightmares
Change
for
the
2
world.
days.
My
The-
final message. Goodbye.
there was a point in time where that... There was a point in time where in some, I guess, speculative fiction or, like, horror fiction, where the, I guess, posthumous, the narration was actually kind of effective because it was kind of used in a chilling manner, and, like, it kind of, I don't know, like, this is the exact... I'm stuttering over myself more than usual because I can't even properly vocalize. I'm not reading anymore, you dipshit. Fuck you.
You don't speak with your eyes?
Well, except when I'm looking at some fine lady.
Oh my.
Again, Ray's blood. I still think Blood Whistle was written to take the piss. I honest to
I
God,
don't know.
I can't believe it was written sincerely. I can't. It was so long and so over the top and so redundant, and it went hard so fast. Like, hey guys, I played a spooky ROM hack. Like, literally one paragraph later, like, I'm going to fucking end my life. Like, I honest to God think it was like an over the top parody.
Okay, here comes
Spooky Super Mario Brothers
here comes the
acting.
real dumb shit.
Oh,
ready?
oh, here comes the dumb shit, huh? We haven't been there.
Oh,
Here comes the even dumber shit.
Oh God,
I don't believe you.
yeah, I do remember this part. I remember this part distinctly. There's something I should.
Yeah, because this is where I started screaming.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Don't worry, I'm not.
There's something that I should tell you first, though. Early on, Laura posted an idea of two brothers capturing a squirrel, putting a squirrel in a jar, and slowly drowning it before filling the jar with sand. Wait, what?
I like sand.
I don't like creepypasta. It's poorly written, and it doesn't go anywhere. Not like you. You're very well written, and you're very concise and to the point. That was a meme I tried to force into the group at some point. It was like, I don't like X, but I like you. You're opposite of X. It didn't take off. I think Ian was the one to tell Najee that's not funny.
Referring to yourself in the third person now, huh?
What? Ian?
What? I was the
Gyro,
one to tell Najee
Euro of
that
Time.
it wasn't funny.
You remember
Yeah,
Euro?
but I heard you say your own name and as if you weren't there.
You know, I'm getting sick of you making me look dumb. No
Whatever,
one
let's just keep going.
no one makes me look
Nice
dumb but
class,
me.
idiot.
God damn it! I will have my revenge.
When?
How will you see it?
Fucker. Damn, I keep getting dunked on my own stream.
If only there was something I could do to fight back.
Slowly drowning it. Like, what do you... when I first read this, or heard this story, rather, I thought they meant drowning it as, like, filling a jar with sand until it, like, suffocated. Like, what's the point
I mean,
of...
I've heard of dry drowning, but...
What's the point in... Okay, oh, I get it. Fill the jar with sand so it sinks in the pond, okay. Slowly drowning it before filling the jar with sand and dropping into the bottom of the pond. Soon after this was suggested, Sandy from SpongeBob SquarePants appeared at Tea in a Tree Dome.
Okay, chronologically, this is wrong.
Yeah, I was about to look that up right now. Hold on.
Yeah, because SpongeBob was already airing in 1999, I think.
Yeah.
Tea in a Tree Dome.
So-
I mean, I didn't think the movie was in pre-production for that long.
It's, again, this is 1999, so copyright year 1999. Lauer also suggested, in one scene of the movie, that a man with a squid-like nose should take his pants
Give
off
me a
from
fucking break. A squid-like nose.
should take his pants off in front of the two boys and rape them up. Heavily implied. Hold on.
Read
What?
that again.
No, hold on.
They couldn't hear it. Read that again.
Read it again, Vince.
1 second. I gotta put something up real quick, okay? I want to put this on screen for the good boys and girls at home, so they can visual.
No, it wasn't Jacob, Arthur. It was me.
It was me, Barry.
It was me.
Okay, can you guys, when you guys get the chance, can you look at the stream so you can see the man with the squid-like nose? This is like imagine this scene. The man with the squid-like nose, it's like taking his pants off and having it raped off screen. I can't do this. I can't.
Squid-like nose.
I can't handle this today. Okay,
Oh, jeez, this is horrifying.
Lauer also suggested, in the one scene of the movie, for a man with a squid-like nose to take his pants off in front of the two boys and rape them off camera, but heavily implied. Squidward soon appeared as a major character in SpongeBob SquarePants.
I hate
That's
this.
also wrong. He appeared as a major character in the pilot.
Yeah. This is so retarded.
Man with a squid-like
Why did
nose.
it all come back to SpongeBob?
I mean,
Why?
because
You had your own thing going.
Did he fish?
I mean,
Did he fish?
I mean,
Look me in the eye. Look me over the internet in the eye and tell me that.
I mean, it wasn't a good thing, but it's like, I don't even know what to say. It's at least it was
Like this,
not SpongeBob.
we're falling down a rat. Like, and again, the funny thing is, like in the grand scheme of things, this is no different from the shit that any of us cover on our channels before. But I think you said it best. Like, I think we came into this with some level of positive expectation, not the greatest. Like,
Ouch, Arthur. Ouch.
well, what do you say? Sorry, I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, so I don't expect my mind to be 100% about stuff from 5 years ago. What?
I mean, yeah, I was just like, I corrected him, and then he's just like, and then I'm just like, Ouch. I mean, he should at least remember me. I was the one that screamed like a freaking idiot.
Oh, you're talking about like mistake. No, it was Jacob and Overanalyst did on his channel covered I think they covered lost episodes of Normal Porn for NormalPeople.com. And
yeah, but they didn't cover Crybaby Lane.
no, that was
I'm glad they didn't cover Crybaby Lane.
that was you and Overanalyst.
Yeah.
That image is absolutely terrifying. Like, why do you think I go out of my way to find the best gifts, the absolute perfect gifts? We got the top boys finding the best gifts, the best memes. It's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna build a wall, and we're gonna make Peter Lauer pay for it.
Too bad it never got finished.
Just like Crybaby Lane. It's thematically beautiful. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Do you think there's a Lauer cut of Crybaby Lane?
Release
4 hours long.
Release the Lauer cut. By the way, I still hate Dan Schneider. Well, I hate him and I hate Zack Snyder. Excuse me, Zack Snyder.
I don't hate Zack Snyder. I just hate his shitty fucking movies.
Well, the funny thing, like, yeah, hate's a strong word. I don't like his work. At the same time, I kind of respect his enthusiasm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. It's like I don't deny that the dude has a vision. I just think his vision fucking sucks.
I think he's not smart enough to put it out on the screen. Is all. Like it's like he's basically like a successful Doug Walker.
It's like, okay, you want to make a movie with like a Superman movie, but it's more grounded and realistic. Sure, I can get behind that. I can't really get behind making Superman this weird alien sociopath who just like lets everything go to hell.
I don't like how he completely missed the point of Superman. Like, oh well, Superman. The whole point of Superman is that he gets his morals from Earthlings because he was raised from infancy on like good old Western values. Like, fucking his parents are like down to earth, kind people. One of my favorite fucking moments in the whole of any Superman media was that Christmas episode of Justice League where they had John Jones like coming over to Clark Kent's house and hanging out with his parents, and his parents don't treat him any differently than anyone else.
Yeah.
And like that's
I
a
think
Superman.
I know that scene you're talking about. Actually, they were like, "Oh yeah, we used to wrap his presents in lead so that he wouldn't see them." It's like, you mean Santa wrapped them?
Now
lead.
I love
Like,
that.
of course.
That's so wholesome. I loved it. And like,
No, we can't have that in Zack Snyder's Superman.
I mean, like that's the thing. Like, it's not that you. I understand, like, you can't have moments like that exactly, but how do you miss the mark so hard with a character that, like, it's like, what's his name from, like, I think the bride, not the bride, from Kill Bill, in that moment where he's, like, talking about Superman, like, being a, Clark Kent's, like, Clark Kent is a critique of mankind from an alien, right? And it's like,
Right.
that doesn't make... So, did he plan this personality from when he came as an infant? Is that what you're saying, you dipshit? God, I do not like Zack Snyder's reinterpretation of superheroes. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he seems like a fine guy. It's just like
It's like Jimmy Fallon.
the
Like,
dude cannot write.
Jimmy Fallon's a terrible comedian, but I can imagine like having a good time just sitting with him and like shooting the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, children got raped by Squidward. Right. Okay.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
It was suggested.
That's where we're at.
It was suggested that the two stepbrothers, forced to live in the same house after the first one's mom was found dead in a shallow grave, her body heavily cannibalized by her own. Okay. Her body heavily cannibalized by her own husband, a local weatherman. I don't know why, that just... The fact that he's a weatherman on top of being, like, cannibalizing his wife, it's like... How specific that is made me laugh.
I'm here today in the fucking raining blood of my wife.
Like,
It's gonna be a sunny day in San Diego. he says
it?
while munching through his wife's chopped off foot.
A show with a vaguely premise. Okay.
It doesn't make
A
sense. Just
vaguely
keep
premise.
Drake and Josh started in 2004, and the stepfather was indeed a
Oh,
weatherman.
fuck off.
going. That's basically the only thing that it has.
What is this?
The fuck?
That's basically the only thing it has in common. What the hell?
I love that. The only thing I remember from Drake and Josh is when fucking I think it was Josh ran over the fuck over. That was fun.
Oh yeah, he ran over Oprah.
Oh, there was one. I forgot who told me that. Apparently, like when Josh like got his actual driver's license, he actually like tweeted Oprah like, "You better watch out." That was great. What an absolute lad.
Josh Peck seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, Josh Peck seems like a nice dude.
Didn't Drake kind of lose his mind for a short amount of time?
Rick Bell?
I think he
I don't
did.
know. I think he just
I know
got
he lost
too
a
chill.
fuckload of money.
Of all
He,
the
like, basically lived in Disneyland for a while.
that sucks. I would
Imagine living in Disneyland.
Oh God, don't.
All the food is expensive.
I'm
Oh
talking.
boy,
Lines
$20 for a bowl of cereal.
Okay, it was suggested. Okay, where Laura also suggested that the younger brother should have a doghouse where he keeps various animal fetuses encased in acid, which he regularly uses to poison his mother to have sex with his abusive step. Oh, that was just like word salad nonsense right there.
Could you try
Yeah, wait
it
until you
fucking
see the show that
harder?
it's associated with.
As told by Jinder debuted soon after.
Yes, because as we all know, As Told by Ginger uses those fetuses in the background to
Yeah.
knock out the mother and to have the never before seen father to just go ham on that pussy.
Who even remembers As Told by Ginger?
Barely.
I mean, I remember it airing, and like from discussions I've seen, apparently it was actually kind of good. I just
mean,
didn't
yeah.
really care because it was like a girl show. And I
Yeah,
was annoyed.
exactly. I just remember the characters being annoying to me.
It was made by Clapsy Cusco, or however you pronounce it.
Who?
Ski Chupo.
Have they?
The Rugrats and the Wild Thornberries.
Oh.
And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah,
And maybe a couple of game shows, yeah.
A man who captures the soul of children in a vacuum cleaner and sells them into Hades. Danny Phantom.
Yeah, bullshit.
That's clearly some Ghostbusters shit.
Like,
Fuck off.
that's so like, okay, like you have the previous I guess like 4 paragraphs describing this horrific shit, and then you have this like over the top campy nonsense like a man who captures the souls of children with a vacuum cleaner and sells them to Hades. Do you not?
Luigi's Mansion.
That's not scary. That's funny. And it was Ghostbusters, one of the best comedies of all time, and then it got ruined.
Yeah.
I don't. I have
Oh my
Sucking up
god,
ghosts
the
is not-
Ghostbusters are women now. This is awful.
Are you making fun of me?
Fucking like,
You making fun of me, man?
like sucking up ghosts with some vacuum goo. That's not a new concept.
I was just referring to the old.
A robot that goes insane. A robot that goes insane on the 2 brothers kills one of them and wears a skin pretending to be a dead brother at high school. My life as a teenage robot.
Teenage robot, of fucking course. I hate this.
Skateboard.
You sound
but
exhausted, and this is just the second story.
my mom says I gotta kill the aliens and kill the 2 boys from annihilating us all. With strength of 1,070,000 men. I killed the shit out of them, skinned them alive. That's how the song goes.
Remember that?
The list goes on. Nickelodeon knows. And they're continuing the legacy of Lauer. Sometimes subtly. What did Lauer do to you, writer? Like, this is like some hit piece. This is like some shit you would see on Gawker. Sometimes subtly, and sometimes overtly. And there's nothing you or I can do about it. You want to see it?
There's nothing anyone can do about it.
You got it!
And there it is, right there for us to watch.
Okay.
Even though the original cut is not there.
Well, how long?
It's the whole movie.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
No, that's not allowed.
Maybe
We're
that's
preserving his legacy.
maybe that's why he didn't like he killed himself so he wouldn't have to be inundated with like Nickelodeon getting the banhammer on his ass. Ghostbusters 2016 is one of the best comedies of all time. Sarcasm, please don't kill me, Vince. Well, I was gonna kill you anyway. It was unrelated to like you could have said nothing and your death would have been a foregone conclusion. But can I ask a serious question?
No, but go ahead.
Melissa McCarthy, like, is she actually funny?
Who?
I feel like she's been funny.
I've been told. It reminds me of that Patrice O'Neill that he was doing like a roast and he like went to Jeff Ross, and so like Jeff Ross is he's a legendary comedian, and what I mean by legendary I mean like Bigfoot is that it's something you heard of but I haven't seen it myself. It's like that's what I feel about fucking Melissa McCarthy. Like people keep telling me that she's kind of like how people keep telling me that Sarah Silverman is funny, and I never thought she was funny. I think I'm in the minority on that one though.
Man, you just keep listing these names that I either blacked out or just don't know.
Sarah Silverman was pretty big for a time, and I remember she got on my shit list for, there was some.
Jewish.
The females, like in industry, were talking about like, oh, I don't get paid as much. They were talking about the wage gap, right? And she mentioned how she
3 cents per dollar.
Yeah, she mentioned like, oh well, I did this stand up, and I was paid like not as much as like the guys in stand. And the guy who ran the place like, Sarah, you weren't on the set. We asked you to come in as a favor. We didn't have you on the books, and I gave you money so you wouldn't have to like walk home or like on your own. I gave you enough money to cover the trip home, as we agreed. And it's like, okay, sir, Silverman, you piece of shit. Imagine doing like something nice for someone you consider a friend, and then shit talking them behind their back just to get clout for the stupid fucking political, like social justice movement. Like I hate people like that.
Yeah, I hate Jews too.
I mean, I condemn everything you're saying right there. I'm not affiliated with these two.
He's affiliated with us.
Oh wait, I like that.
You should hear what he says when he's been drinking.
That's none of anyone's business. What's next? Is someone gonna throw acid in someone's face and claim that's why Toph, the last Airbender, is blind?
Oh fuck! No, don't do it. Don't taint my avatar.
Fuck.
Have Frank done that enough themselves?
Cora's already done that for you. Hey, the avatar comes from a thieving communist hippie dickhead who fought a giant kite monster.
No.
I like how no one really brings that up about Juan, where, okay, like they live in a place where this one family has a lot of food or whatever, and he regularly steals from them, and he kind of acknowledging that there's not a lot of food go around, and then when he goes hunting, and he becomes friends with the magical animals in the forest, he attacks people for hunting for food that he knows is scarce in that town.
Yeah, that's weird.
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, he never pays for anything he does, mistakes he makes in that whole arc.
He's just kind of like, oops.
Except for when, except for he freed the obviously evil kite monster. Help me, she's bullying me. Please save me. Like,
Next time, Gadget.
Hey, you leave that glowing red demon thing. Oh, why were they fighting out in the field, too?
Why,
what? They were fighting out in the... Like, I think the implication is that they were been fighting for ages. They were just out in this random fucking fields. Like, no one noticed this thing?
Like, everyone was running away like, oh no, the giant spirits are fighting. Ah. Like, is this just... I guess this is just a normal thing that happens.
Yeah, just ignore it. Like, could no one technically help him? Help? What was it? What was the name? It was Rava and what?
Batu.
Could no one help Vatu?
Why would they want to? He's obviously evil.
Oh, so not Vatu, Rava.
Oh.
Technically, they could have, because I think the implication is that Vatu is fucking like not immune to the fire.
There's
Like
no implication, because it's all a bunch of fucking
they made
wishy-washy, bitty bullshit. Fucking
Korra is not good.
Korra is very bad.
No kidding.
Like, oh well, what about season? No, you know.
No. Well, you know, I enjoy season 3 purely as an action cartoon, in that it has good action. The story is still contrived bullshit.
Well, I think every time someone brings that up, I always feel the need again, like Spoonie when he was talking about fucking Final Fantasy 13. Like the game gets good like 16 hours in. Like fuck you, why can't the game be good now? And same thing with like that show.
Yeah. It
So,
takes a while to fucking get tolerable.
so gentlemen,
I mean, it's all you.
gentlemen, it's time to read
no.
the six-legged rape centaur, the main event of the evening.
Oh, was that the end of Crybaby Lane?
Yeah, that was it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we forgot to read the What do the people say? It's a movie, you know.
I didn't. Yeah, no kidding. What do you think it was about?
You know,
What do
Fucking
you
wet
think this
part of an
pasta
ending,
was
too.
about? Pumpkins?
like it's one of those.
Yes.
It's one of those. You can tell that the person like had no idea how to like cap it off. You know, it makes creepypasta about lost movies creepier because, as we know from history, this movie they really can be showed once and never after. What? I don't. What? What are you saying?
Eh?
It has been shown since, though. In fact, it began showing the year after this year the story was written. The only reason it was never aired again because of the low ratings, and they thought no one else cared to see it again. That what are you a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist? It's obvious that this monster right here, Peter Lauer. Look at this fiendish bastard look. He's standing right next to a man with a mustache. You know he's evil.
You know who else had a mustache?
Hitler.
No way.
What about Joseph?
Way, dude.
What about Joseph Stalin? What about him? I mean, come on, guys. Mao couldn't have been a bad guy. He didn't have a mustache.
You know what? That's true. That's true.
I mean, how many? Well, he killed a lot of people. Like they didn't kill; they starved to death. Look, I'm just saying. If you're too stupid to know to go eat, I can't help you.
Exactly.
God, some people are just so dumb.
You gotta help yourselves at a certain point.
I hate
I
people.
think we're bad people.
No, I hate people that, you know. I mean, it's all okay. Pol Pot did nothing wrong.
You just had to throw that in there, huh?
I mean, again, no mustache. No mustache, no crime.
He keeps coming up with these good-ass points.
What happened to... What was the name of that guy that, like... That massacre in the Congo that was like 13 million people?
Beats me.
Oh, what was his name? It was King something. And it's kind of... No one talks about him. I had to look him up to find information about him. This guy had a kill count in the double digits when it comes to... in the millions. Or Pol Pot, definitely not a bad guy. No mustache, no bad guy. See, I understand. Also...
They didn't... No one made a documentary about him telling him what a horrible person he is. Guess that means he isn't important.
Mussolini didn't have a stat. Well, people in the they're brown. They don't matter. Six-legged rape centaur is a name given to a bizarre-looking, unidentified creature that somewhat resembles a centaur from Greek mythology. And like the centaur of Greek mythology, man, it goes
You have
balls
the
deep.
story loaded up, Fish?
Balls deep.
You don't have the story loaded up?
Oh, did I not link it?
No.
Oh shit. I forgot I talked about, oh guys, I'm gonna fucking do the story. Yeah, and you guys were like, yay! Rape!
Didn't even think about
Look at that picture.
actually having it to read.
Isn't that picture amazing?
That is a creepy freaking picture, I gotta admit.
I'm not even saying that as a joke. It kind of looks like something that would be on an SCP wiki. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
wasn't there like this
I
some?
think the long nose is a bit goofy. Like it's not plague doctor enough. It's more like big clown nose almost.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I would do it. Like I would keep the nose, but I think something needs to be done about the
I almost
eyes.
think like a proboscis or something, like something a mosquito would have.
True. Huh. Well, it's a rape centaur. Maybe that's a giant penis on its face.
I mean,
know
it
what?
very well could be. We haven't read it.
It's like a woodpecker, except it pecks your butthole with its face.
I'm a woodpecker.
Except with
with
asses.
Oh,
Blah, blah, blah.
I like to imagine. Well, I don't because it's fucking repugnant. Like if someone would make an Eddie porn parody, it'd be like him slamming his face into
No,
a
no, 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 no. They're underage. Please don't.
are you Rebecca Sugar?
Oh, what? Rebecca? What she did? Did she do shit like that?
She drew porn of it. Yeah, of Ed and Eddie.
Excuse
Oh
me?
my god.
Did you not know about this?
No, I didn't.
Oh god, it's
I-
awful.
How
I
how
wish you didn't tell me.
how old was she at the time?
I don't know.
Was
Does
she
it matter?
was she an adult?
I'm almost certain, yes.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that. Besides the obvious, I hope you get the help you need, Miss Sugar.
You're right.
A thousand there? How much
Not
money
enough for $1 million.
does Steven Universe still like have I know they have a strong fan base,
I
but how
don't even think that was her show.
what
Steven Universe?
I'm pretty sure it
No,
was.
that's hers. That's like her fucking brainchild or whatever.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking of the wrong freaking person. Shit.
What were you thinking about?
Lauren Foss.
Oh no, Lauren
Oh,
Faust is
My Little
not
Pony.
a sex pest, I think.
My Little Pony, right?
Right, that's the one.
Imagine, like, I have to give Lauren Foss credit. Like, imagine, like, this series, there's this franchise that's been out, like, for, like close to decades, right? And it basically,
Something like that.
all it took was one person to completely usurp it and make it their own. And I'm
It
not,
was kind of like a dead franchise at the point that the show came out, right?
yeah, I think so, too. I don't know. I don't, believe it or not, I don't know a lot about My Little Pony.
No. Get out of town.
1v1, no scope, get Rex Scrub, you're a simp. Hey, you wanna go, bro? You wanna go? I'll fight you in the fucking street, bro. You don't talk to an alpha male like that. You don't talk to a Chad. I got top tier big dick energy.
It's true, he does. Oh, okay, that counts.
Now CN needs the SpongeBob, so they have Teen Titans Go. Yeah, Teen Titans Go, like, I know that's pretty... I don't know if that's as big as SpongeBob, but I think that makes him a surprising amount of money. I think it's more popular than Teen Titans was, wasn't it?
It certainly lasted longer.
Depressing.
I mean, I don't care anymore. Like, anytime something I liked when I was younger gets, like, a shitty spinoff or anything like that, I just, whatever. At this point, I'm beaten down.
What do you expect?
I'm too tired to be upset by it anymore, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Remember when The Incredibles 2 had a sequel? No, because you didn't want it, and we didn't need to see it. But it happened.
Wait, The Incredibles 2 had a sequel? Don't you mean just The Incredibles?
Yeah, The Incredibles. Fucking Incredibles 2.
Incredibles 2 was the sequel to The Incredibles, Vince.
I don't know.
Get it
Do you need to
right.
take your brain medicine?
Well, I took the one that makes me not kill people.
Oh.
Well, then you took the wrong one.
At least in
Problem
the
is you're not killing enough people.
at least in the U.S., you can see Cartoon Network Asia. They have more diverse schedule that is not filled with just Teen Titans. That sounds cool. I don't know. I don't watch I don't watch Cartoon Network anymore. Anyway, I don't watch TV in general.
Yeah,
I only get
TV's gay.
I only get the local shit anyway, and I only use that for old game show repeats.
I've been too busy watching the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, the greatest show ever made.
Hey, paisanos!
It has Captain Lou
Super
Albano.
Mario Bros. Super Show.
You can't tell me shit. It has Captain Lou Albano voicing Mario. What more do you need? I don't-
Mario.
I don't know. Like
Do the Mario.
the righteous indignation, like just, and I know it sounds like pessimistic to say it like this, apostrophe music. But the more you realize that this is just a fact of life, the more you kind of get used to it. I'm not upset by it anymore. Like, I'm upset, but I don't let it, like, take any space in my day-to-day life, you know what I mean? Like, there have been times where, like, someone said, it's like arguing with people online. I don't do that as much as I used to anymore. Like, it's like, okay, like, someone says something I don't agree with on, like, some YouTube video or whatever. And it's like, I think about replying, it's like, okay, what are you hoping to accomplish by just getting into a verbal boxing match with a stranger? Like, fuck it. After a while, like, there's only so much, like, disdain you can have for singular things. You just gotta fucking relax. Life's too short. Just enjoy what you have that hasn't been tainted.
No, I need to get mad at everything.
I'm mad right now.
Don't let it get to the point like Mr. That's the I like some of Mr. Enter's videos, but yeah, he's a. I can't stand his attitude when he takes this shit way too fucking seriously.
Oh, whiny.
Like I said, like he's made some videos that I actually like. I hate his moralizing. It's
yeah, that's a weird thing about him is like everything not only needs to have a moral but needs to conform to his morals. I find that to be really weird.
And also like the whole thing where it's like, oh, I don't like it, so mean-spirited. Like my favorite show is Ed and Eddie, a show that is rooted in mean-spiritedness.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and it's mostly just slapstick.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think you could probably. I'm being very reductive when I talk about that. I think there's more to it than just that. But at the heart of it, you know, Vince used to think of life as a tragedy, then he realized it was a comedy. I'm more like the comedian, well, except for the raping, from fucking Watchmen. From Watchmen, it's like everything's a joke to me, and then one day I'm gonna get hit hard by something I can't make a joke out of.
You know, I don't know Watchmen, so the moment I was just like, I just heard comedian except for the raping. I'm like, do all comedians rape now, or what?
They're all taken after Bill Cosby, I guess.
Ed and Eddie is like a child-friendly version of It's Always Sunny. There's always
You know what?
That's a pretty cool.
That's a fair comparison.
That's a cool way to put it. I never thought of it like that. It's Always Sunny is one of if you don't like It's Always Sunny, I don't want to talk to you. If you don't like Danny,
really see it.
Gang tries to get jawbreakers.
So anyway, I started blasting. I love that show so much. I'm the garbage man.
That's my character.
I'm the trash man. I was so like I think I tuned into that by accident. And I read the title, and thinking, oh, just another generic fucking like live action sitcom. And then I think I caught onto the episode where they beat the shit out of the kids, like in a fist fight. I love this show so much. Like that scene is so glorious. Okay.
I bet.
Okay. Fuck. It appeared in the following eyewitness account posted by an anonymous user on 4chan on November
Oh no.
2008. I don't see no.
Uh-oh,
I don't.
4chan, the
Hey.
story is already shit.
I don't see any pee frogs here. Remember when people on Tumblr tried to pick the fight with 4chan? That was funny.
Oh yeah, the Tumblr 4chan wars. That was a fun time.
That was stupid. Like,
Yeah.
it's not even just like I'm not like 4chan's filled with like unstoppable badasses, but if you know that certain things like trigger you easily, why would you pick a fight with people who have no problem pushing your buttons that way? It's like
Own them.
it's like if I had a
Get
glass
owned, a nerd.
if I have a glass jaw, I'm not gonna try to get into a boxing match with Mike Tyson. You know what I mean?
Why not? What are you, a coward?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
pussy.
Well, I'm a coward. I'd like to start this off by saying I don't have a fucking clue why I'm posting this on X, or really at all. Maybe I'm afraid of dying or something. The events described in the story happened about a month and a half ago, in Shenandoah, West Virginia. Why did you
Virginia.
why did you write it that way?
Don't know how to spell it.
I mean, it would autocorrect, wouldn't it? That was unnecessary.
I guess not this time.
Or is this supposed to be like, I don't know, whatever. Although
I guess he had it turned off, maybe.
Although I typed this up about 2 weeks ago, I just haven't really had the guts to post this until what happened yesterday. I mean, you don't have the guts because the sick-legged rape centaur pushed them in so thoroughly. That nigga went
Gross.
balls deep.
What?
He was going in knees deep.
Just shoving his way in there. Just no hesitation.
I feel
Just
like
all dry.
I feel like a fucking Twinkie right now. The inside is just all white. The story starts in late September when my family went to go visit our relatives, who invited us to celebrate one of them, Desiree,
His array.
getting like $2,000 from
You're
some.
black. You should know how to read stupid names.
I'm gonna slap you. Fuck you. Getting like $2,000 off of some scratch-off lottery thing. What? They live.
Yay.
This is worded kind of weird. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like it's in sharp contrast to reading Mr. Widemouth, where the prose was like so, like,
Purple.
yeah, like one of my family members, and we were visiting them because they want a fucking scratch off ticket or some shit.
I mean, if anything, it's a nice change of pace from that.
Fair enough. And also, it's posted like this is supposed to be like posted on a board.
Yeah. So they're usually much more casual
Right.
with their diction.
I kind of wish that more authors would note that, like, you don't have to go out of your way to have your character, like, especially if it's a character that's not, if it's in the first person, it's not a character who would sound all that articulate and has no reason to be. Like, why would you write them as if they are speaking this way? Like,
Yeah.
it's like when a character like is like kind of gruff and they use whilst. No, that doesn't happen.
No.
They live in this reality. They live. Sorry, they live in They live in a society. They live
I
in
know
this.
the feeling.
They live in this really.
They exist.
They live in this really fucking shitty part of Shenandoah that people from Charlestown, Shepherdstown, and Ransom, basically the least rednecky parts of West Virginia, like to call Squalor Holler. Holler?
It's Squalor High.
Yeehaw!
I'll at you, Squalla.
Yo, boy, pip my hovel. This is where I keep the rags I sleep on.
Jeez, dog.
This
That's
is-
tight as hell.
Look at this. These are the lotto tickets that I scratched off that didn't win.
What the hell is this gangster hick shit I'm hearing?
I eat these scratch-off tickets because I ain't got no food. It's way up on the mountain, And why is there no redneck version of Pit My Ride was like rednecks? It's like Pit My it's like for trucks only.
I just got a jacuzzi in my pickup truck.
I can't wait to tell my wife and sister. Like
They're the same person.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
That one bit from Family Guy always made me laugh. Like you got my daughter pregnant. I ain't never hiring you again. But Pa, like if you weren't my brother, I'd kill you. Ramshackle Shacks. Okay. What was it? Okay. It was way up on the mountain, and exactly like everyone pictures it when they hear about it. Nothing but ramshackle shacks, rusty ass rebuilt trailers. Haha. Who lives in a trailer? Fucking losers.
Yeah, what a what a complete lamoid.
What kind of I bet you listen to Insane Clown Posse and fucking like and Florida Georgia Line, you redneck pieces of shit. What?
And unironically like it.
Okay, that one doesn't apply to me, so.
I unironically do kind of like Insane Clown Posse.
Oh, okay.
So look down.
Okay, bro.
They're nice guys. Everything fucking. You live in a trailer, fuck you.
Oh, okay. You crossed the line. You crossed the fucking line.
I bet he owns cats too. What a loser.
You leave the cats out of this.
Okay, yeah, I'll side with Fish on that one. You got a problem, bro? You got an issue here?
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I took it too far. I officially apologize.
God, what? Can you believe this fucking guy, Fish?
Yes.
What would you call that show? NASCAR, am I right? Okay. I'm gonna kick Arthur Fine right now.
That was bad. That was really bad.
Juggalo. Hey, I said I like Insane Clown Posse the group. I am not a juggalo. Although I've met plenty of juggalos and people in person. They're pretty nice people. It's just some of them are
Insane clowns who form some kind of posse
of some sort.
And are on the
let me put it to you like
CL or whatever.
I find it funny how
CLU
again I find it funny how a group that's like known to be basically like a laughingstock and like oh they're just like dumb violent idiots hicks and whatnot. They could have a more peaceful march on Washington to get their name taken out as unlisted as a gang. Like they marched there, they spoke their mind and they left peacefully. And like these like redneck dumb hicks can apparently assemble more peacefully than most people can. So why can't? Okay, you want to go there, huh, tough guy? Huh? You want to go?
Not really.
I'll see you in the parking lot at Wendy's.
When?
I don't know.
Should we work our schedules around this?
Do you got change so I can get some? They got this like thing that's like a sourdough sandwich, pretty good. You want to get one with me?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we gotta. You don't want to fight on an empty stomach.
Exactly.
Or maybe you do. I don't know. I've never gotten into I never got into a professional fist fight.
I got punched in the face once. It didn't really hurt.
I got punched.
It kind of felt like getting hit really hard by a pillow.
Who hit you?
This dude from my high school. Yeah.
I got punched in the ear once.
He like got me right in the cheek, which, from what I understand, is not a great place to punch someone if you actually want to hurt them.
You gotta go for the temple or the ear.
Or even just like the chin, probably. That would probably like dislocate the jaw.
Oh yeah, like the chin is like hitting the reset button.
Even just like, I mean, smacking him on the nose could probably like kill him, so maybe you don't want to do that.
Well, it depends because like I think I only know about this because I'm interested in combat sports. I think hitting someone in the chin fucks up your equilibrium. Like it really like I said, that's why I think it's called the reset button when someone gets hit really hard in it. That's one of the reasons why someone who can like take a lot of punches, they say that they have a good chin.
Yeah.
By the way, RP Marvin Hagler. It sucks that we live in a world we ain't around no more. You don't even know who that is, do you? You bastard. I'm talking to you, Damien.
I don't know.
I know for a fact that Fish knows. He's being modest.
I'm not one to really care about UFC. Sorry.
UFC, huh?
Bellator or whatever it's called.
Bellator.
Wildlife Fund, whichever one it is.
Does anyone in the chat know what I'm talking about, please? Am I alone here? Am I the only one in here that watches boxing? Well, the four kings of boxing. Come on. Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and fucking Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Leonard. Come on, guys. Duran was called the Charles Manson of boxing. Anyone remember him?
Just give it up.
Come on. People, why doesn't anyone...
This is just getting sad.
This is worse than the time when no one came to my birthday stream.
J-Lo, what's this is worse than the time that no one came to my birthday stream?
J-Lo, this is the worst of the time that no one knew what I was talking about when I talk about boxing. Enough. I will move on from this horrible transgression against myself. I'm a brave man. I'm inspired by the author of Crybaby Land. I'm going to be a brave man. And, like, go on. Like the hero I am.
And then kill yourself at the end for no reason.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how a hero comes out. How is being called Charles Manson of anything a compliment? Because people were fucking terrified of him. That's the point of the nickname. Like, if you ever watched Duran fight, he is one of the most scary motherfuckers. It says something when Mike Tyson said, I think he went on record saying that Duran was one of his favorite boxers. And it's way up in the mountain. Rusty out trailers. Everything fucked up. Everything fucking covered in decades-old Christmas decorations because they were all too busy being smelly rednecks to ever clean up. Real deliverance shit. Just no rivers or canoes. The relatives were... Oh, excuse me. The relatives we were visiting were absolute confirmed inbreeders. God damn, bro. All cousins fucking each other. Like, this... I mean... God.
We were joking about that earlier. But,
you could just tell, huh?
The six-legged rape centaur don't even, like, he's, like, sitting outside the fucking trailer is like, I don't even feel the need to do that.
I didn't even do any of this.
This is harsh even for me. I'm a six-legged rapist, and this is harsh. We don't refer to them as aunt, uncle, or whatever, just relatives. Not terrible people or anything, just absolutely cartoonish, depressing hillbilly stereotype. Wow. You're not nice.
Damn, that hurt.
Then again, to be fair, I don't know these people. Maybe he's like being... like, it sounds like he's trying to...
but we still feel bad.
As Cletus, Festus, and other Cletus. Sweet home Alabama.
Cletus. Why'd you call the girl Cletus? Because I don't know any other name.
They just, like, fucking... like, again, she's like 18 or something. You just reach up and she's like, shows like, oh, that ain't no girl. See? Oh, I didn't need to see that. I would have taken your word for it. Thank you. So anyway, we're up here in this godforsaken trailer. It sucks. There's like 8 of them, plus 1. My dad, my mom, and my sister. About 2 hours in, my mom takes a cell phone so I can focus on family time. Takes my cell phone, excuse me, so we can focus on family time together, which is bullshit. All we did the whole time was eat TV dinners and be forced to watch NASCAR and shit.
Man, they really are a living stereotype.
Does anyone here watch NASCAR?
I do not know.
Nope.
Anyone in chat watch NASCAR?
Apparently, like a decent-sized NASCAR dude comes from my town. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson.
I think
yeah, I still don't care about NASCAR though.
I don't know, like, I will look it up. It looks interesting, I guess. Arthur Fine, I used to. Oh, Arthur Fine? How can you be so fine if you're such a hillbilly piece of shit?
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
Do folks like this like... Hold on. Do folks like these... Do these folks live next door to Wings of Redemption? That's great.
Just go see if someone else wants it. I mean, I'm not
Well-
gonna protect my shit.
Well, racing is not as... I don't know. Like, I used to have that perception of racing, but I think it's a lot more complicated than we give credit for.
Oh.
We know how treacherous these roads can get. The roads can get up in the mountains. So I decided to wait for the rain to die down. Flash forward to 2 hours later, and it's fucking dark as hell, 10 o'clock. There's a flood warning in the area. I have my phone back by this time. No reception, of course. And I'm playing Tetris and Texas Hold'em and stuff. What stuff? You playing Flappy Bird?
Stuff.
What's
Nah,
your
that got taken off the App Store.
what's your high score on Flappy Bird?
5.
Oh, well, I got
That's a good
7.
score.
I got 7, loser. Is
I
it-
got 3.
Oh.
Is there an actual record on that?
Probably.
I mean, there might be, but I don't really give a shit.
Imagine,
That's fair.
because I already don't take speed running and speedrunners all that seriously. Because
I can beat a game faster than you.
I find it partially
I
interesting.
can
But,
enjoy a game more than you.
yeah, exactly. But like, imagine your claim to fame in your world record list being like, I got the high score on Flappy Bird. And maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm like that cynical about it because, like, I see who's like the most prominent speedrunners are mentally unwell people. Fucking, anyone remember Chibi?
No,
No.
'cause I don't follow speedrunners.
It was this dude. His claim to fame, I think he speedrunned like Paper Mario or some shit, and like one of the Paper Mario games, and it was like on stream, and on stream while he's trying to play the game, his mom comes in the room and talks about like complaining about how he doesn't have a job and how like he won't shower and he smells really bad. There was that, and then there was a moment in Games Done Quick where he's trying to joke around and be funny, while the guy is playing I think Toma, or the PS1 game, I think, the caveman. You know what I'm talking about, Tomba. And
I think I know about this. He's just like, could you please stop talking?
and you see like the look of
Uh-huh.
the dejection on his face. It's beautiful. And it's one of
I'm
those.
talking to you, Mom. You can keep talking as much as you want.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, tell your mother I hope she's having a wonderful evening.
My friend Vince says he hopes you're having a wonderful evening.
Or afternoon, rather. Excuse me.
I did my regards back.
She sends her regards back.
You sound like a cool cat with attitude, homie.
She says you sound like a cool cat with attitude.
And I said home.
Me?
Yeah, you didn't add homie.
Homie.
I've got many homies.
He sounds deathly confused.
Chopping garlic.
I'm a car guy. Anything remotely related to car. I was young. I got it. Okay, I need to stop holding off. Okay. When I suddenly
This fucking story.
hear my dad start losing shit in the next room, I walk over and it turns out they let slip that they had buried their kid Thomas outside. What? What? Oh. Oh, I thought that
quite something to just announce.
I read that for
Buried the kid.
I read that for a second as that like, oh shit, we buried him alive by accident. Oops.
Buried the boy.
I buried the boy. Thomas outside, and apparently they were afraid the rain would wash up his body or some other horse. Like, holy be a little bit sensitive, bro.
Fantastic, dude.
Damn.
Dude, do you really not care?
Like, fucking whining about, oh, the rain might wash away the dead body of my child that I had to bury in the backyard. Oh, god damn.
Damn, I know I could be callous, but shit.
The kid was like 6. He was attacked by a dog, and they never told the
He's all
cops.
about it right now.
They just fucking buried him like he was a family pet. My dad's flipping his shit, and rightfully so, because, you know, we live in the 21st century after all. So our relatives all say that it all sorted out in the morning. I mean, you can't. What?
Do you not bury people in the 21st
How?
century?
How would you not?
Like, these are rednecks, not fucking cavemen.
How would you not know this too? Like this, I can't imagine a situation where this wouldn't come up. Like, hey, where's little Timmy? I remember little Timmy being here. Why is he not here this year? Oh,
He got attacked by a dog.
You know, he's closer than you think. Wink, wink. And like, they're
I
like,
don't understand what you mean by that.
well, let's just say he's got a lot of.
Be more specific.
He's got a lot of pressure to work on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's been dealing with some depression as of late.
I still don't understand what you're saying.
You might say that he's been buried underneath the weight of expectations.
Yeah, we had to make sure he got his nap.
You know, a nap of some kind. You know, maybe an earthy kind of way. You know, like a dirt nap, if you'd say.
I don't get it.
My parents tell me that my sister.
He's dead.
Oh, okay.
Well, why didn't you say so? I ain't Albert Hitchcock or whatever his name is.
Ain't no one ever clapping no restaurant for me.
My parents tell me that my sister. They told me and my sister to stay in the same room as them during
Oh no,
the night.
he's doing the accent.
Fuck you, I want to. And we do. None of us really suspected that they killed Thomas or anything. Since they're really peaceful. They don't even own any guns. Aside from this one old-timey double-barrel shotgun they had on the mantle. Nevertheless, we were creeped the fuck out. And we decided to tell the cops in the morning once we got out of town. Got to town. I don't know why I said
Our cousin Tommy here apparently died
What?
when he got attacked by a dog, and they gave him a burial in their backyard. Can you do something about that, cops?
I mean, I think there actually is grounds to investigate it, right?
Probably.
I
At least
no
you
idea
can
what,
use
like, burial
at least
laws
you can
are.
use it for like a desecration of a body, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, as long as there's like a death certificate, is that okay?
I don't.
I mean, if not, like me, like I don't think you.
I think they didn't.
I don't know how this works.
Well,
I need to scrutinize this.
well, as long as okay. Well, is there a female, and can she make the excuse? Well, I was molested when I was a little girl, so it's okay that I let my child die. Fucking
a dark turn.
fuck Casey Anthony. You need.
Shit.
I hate her. I hate her so much.
Oh right. Oh, that's what you were referencing. Oh
Yeah.
god. Right, I forgot about that. She just threw her dad right under the fucking bus, didn't she?
Yeah, and also I love the fact that her daughter's body wasn't even like I think even in the ground yet, and then she was like seen at the Women's March. Fuck off. Oh. You read Berserk too? I haven't read Berserk. I know Fish has.
I've read Berserk. It's really good.
I bet it's terrible. Like when you recommended, it's like when you recommended Jojo to me. I always hated Jojo. I hate Dio. I hate Stone Ocean. I hate Part 7.
Holy diver.
Stone Ocean?
What?
Do you actually hate Stone Ocean? Because like it's
Stone Ocean.
one of the less popular parts.
Stone Ocean. I think the problem is that I think I'm also in the minority when it comes to Stone Ocean because I know a lot of people didn't like the prison setting. I was actually hoping that it would spend more time in the prison, in the sense that I wanted it to like it's kind of like how Part 4 had one centralized setting with the town.
Sure,
it had an identity of its own.
Yeah. See, like, I'm fine with, like, the one centralized location thing. I just feel like the prison didn't have that much of a personality until, like, pretty much they had left it.
I think it had potential to have a personality because I thought it was setting it up.
Potential, sure. It just didn't actually capitalize on it, I don't think.
And then, like, you get out of the prison and it feels like it goes from 60 to 110 right away. I think Part 6 in general kind of has some pacing problems.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I like Jolene.
Yeah, Jolene's cool.
She's not my favorite JoJo, but, you know, then again, no...
Well,
Joseph Joe Stark. It's kind of hard bar.
It's difficult to get over.
Who's your favorite JoJo?
I feel like I like Johnny.
Really?
Johnny's cool. Yeah, I like Johnny.
Johnny is in part 7, right?
Yeah.
I like that he openly admits that, yeah, I'm a selfish person. I'm doing this for my own gain.
Yeah.
But he's not a bad dude. It's just that if I were in his shoes, I would probably want to do the same thing too when I'm like paralyzed from the fucking waist down. Wait, is that a spoiler? Or is...
I mean, it happens at the beginning. I mean, not even really at the beginning. It's like the genesis of his character, pretty much.
One of my favorite moments in like part 7 was one of my new favorites too.
Yeah.
I like the interaction between him and Johnny Valentine. Or Funny Valentine. I don't know why I say Johnny.
These are names.
Johnny Valentine over her.
Johnny Valentine gonna make America great again. I vote for. I don't give a fuck. I vote for Funny Valentine. You gotta get the napkin first, and then everyone else follows suit. Could you imagine a president unironically making that speech in front of a public? You gotta take the napkin.
What's he talking about? President's on drugs again.
So I was like, I never watched JoJo. I never want to. I felt the funny thing is, I remember I get on people like, you need to gotta be so judgmental over art design, and then fucking, and then Baki the grappler gets popular, and I'm like, oh god, this looks, I don't like how this looks. And then they look at me and say, what were you saying earlier, motherfucker? Like, Baki looks, I don't know. I can't get behind it. It just looks so weird to me. Vince named 5 things you don't hate. It's a lot of things I don't hate. I hate a lot of people, though.
Okay, then name half a thing you don't hate.
'Cause I don't know if I can do that, because at the end of the day, I always bear in mind that anything I don't hate has the potential to be ruined later on, you know what I mean?
That's why I said half, so that way we can piece it together.
I don't hate horror as a genre. I don't hate... God, that's a hard question, actually. I don't hate combat sports. I like combat sports. Ooh. I don't know. Like, I talk about things I enjoy. Like, I enjoy a lot of things, I guess. I like cooking.
Yay.
Cooking's therapeutic. The one thing I could cook...
Therapeutic if you're gay.
There's one thing I can only... 2 things dishes I make well. I make spaghetti well, and I make fucking, I can make breakfast like a motherfucker. I got this omelet recipe that's gonna blow your mind. First you take the eggs, and then you fry it in the pan. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Yes.
So you're telling me my brain is actually part of a nutritious, balanced meal to help start my day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I should do some drugs.
JFK. I don't know what that was in reference to.
JFK.
God damn it. Wasn't there supposed to be a Clone High reboot?
I think it's still coming out. I don't know when though.
I'm so afraid of that getting ruined.
I don't know what they're gonna do about Gandhi since he's like the reason the show got canceled in the first place.
That sucks so much. Anyway, I love his character. He was so.
Yeah, Gandhi's great.
Just the horn dog.
I don't know. Like after a while, like, can we just tell people? Like, can we just tell people to go fuck themselves? Like, if you don't like it, just don't watch.
No,
Yeah.
The one time we tried that, we were like, they tried to counter it.
The people who watch The Simpsons probably don't even care. Like like Apu offends me. Like, how often do you watch Simpsons? I don't, but it offends me.
He's off the show anyway, so.
I liked
We're
Apu.
gonna run out of fucking characters soon.
Who cares? That show's been incredibly bankrupt for Dankheads now.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason I haven't been more bothered by is the fact that, oh no, they lost Apu. And to be fair, like, this whole thing about, oh, Apu comes off as like a racial stereotype, that didn't start until the later seasons where everyone became like a stereotype of themselves.
Yeah.
Apu was just a symptom of that. No one gave a shit about fucking Groundskeeper Willie being like a near homeless, barely literate, drunk Scottish man.
Peace me up, woman.
Then it was that. It was fucking fat. All Italians being represented as being like all mobsters, you know.
Yeah.
No one cared. And the funny of
No
all
one cares about Italians.
of all the people that get positive representation in that show, Apu was, well, like in the better seasons, got the most consistently grounded representation in regards to, like, he felt like an actual 3-dimensional character.
No, because
He was
owns
voiced by.
That means he's not a real person.
He was also like came into the country and he was like on an academic scholarship.
No.
And he also had an interesting relationship with his estranged wife. He also like had one of the most
Please love us, Jay Longbone.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's just what you're referencing right now. Just her video.
I haven't seen Jay Longbone's video. I really Jay Longbone seems like she's like one of the lads. Jay Longbone, if you ever want to hit me up, I would kill to have you on the show. Well, show, quote unquote. On my
This is a program.
long rambling streams where we don't even read the story because I'm too busy talking about other shit. The story isn't even.
That's correct. I'm pretty sure that's what she does on her things too, to be honest.
Yeah, this just sounds like EFAP, really.
This story isn't
We go
even
on long rambling fucking tangents where we don't even watch the video.
You remember
Basically EFAP.
I used the fact that Crybaby Lane was boring as an excuse of why we kept going off topic, and here I'm going on topic on a story that actually seems kind of interesting.
The rape centaur story.
I can't be bothered to pay attention. Like, there's a giant, like, looming eldritch entity with about to rape me. Oh god, boring. Yeah, been there, done that.
So how about them animus?
Let's talk more about anime.
Yeah. Are you guys caught up with Attack on Titan?
I don't like Attack on Titan.
How dare you?
I don't dislike it. I just never felt compelled to watch it. In general, I don't know why. Like, I felt like it. I don't know. Something about Attack on Titan's its pacing irritates me.
That's fair. That's one of the bigger issues with the anime.
It was 3 in the morning.
Don't rush me, you slimy bitch. Well, okay, where was I?
I can rush whoever I do. Please. Especially when it feels like I'm about to pass out.
I'll see you in the
It's
parking
3
lot.
in the daggum morning.
At 3 in the goddamn morning, I couldn't sleep. The power had gone out for the 5th time or so, and I'm not able to charge my dead phone. Worst part is, I could see Thomas's little grave. If the letter ends with an S, don't you just put the apostrophe there, not another S?
No, it varies.
Okay, I didn't know. I'm asking because I legit didn't know. I could see Thomas's little grave right outside the window, little cross on it and everything. And I assumed that the kid couldn't have been buried deep at all since they were so worried about him just washing up out of the grave. So I was fixated on it. I kept being drawn looking out to the window. And then I saw the worst fucking thing in my life. It was Cletus and Shirley, butt fucking right there. God damn, that's disrespectful. Get off the boy's grave. I'm a door Cooper.
No, that kid seems to be liking it.
He's dead. How can he like it?
I can
Hey,
see
Smith
ghosts.
is
He
born.
likes it.
Something was
Oh,
creeping.
come on, that was funny.
God damn it.
Come on, that was funny.
I didn't even hear what you said. What was it?
He's trying
That he's
not to
stiff as a
track, I
board.
heard it.
Oh, fuck. I wish I didn't. I wish I just. I could have been in blissful ignorance. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. Someone was creeping through the
Come
tree.
on, that was funny.
So, it was, but it was horrible. Someone was creeping through the trees towards the house. I stared at it for a while, but I couldn't get a good look at it since it was raining and the brush was so thick. For a few minutes, I assumed that it was just two really pale horses. That sounds like a name of a tribe of indigenous people. The Pale Horse
Two
Tribe.
really pale horses.
How? You mean like I don't know if I would use the word pale to like describe their pelts. Like you just say like gray with gray fur or something like that. I don't know. Or gray pelts.
I don't know how.
I don't know. This guy. To be fair, this narrator seems to be like a little bit less confined to like prose. So I guess it makes sense that he would like not properly like. He's not as verbose as a lot of other narrators.
I ain't speak no good as you other creepy spaghetti narrators.
I believe in a flying spaghetti monster. I would like to meet like a redneck in the deep south. You think that God is real, you fucking idiot? Read some Richard Dawkins.
Oh, so cold of Dusty.
I was in a good mood. And you brought that dumbass up.
I mean, hey. Prime opportunity to remind you of the scum.
I'm mad because I don't get as many views as I did when I was making fun of Duck Dynasty.
Mad.
I don't agree with the Duck Dynasty guys, but they seem cool. I think that they have a lot of shitty shitty takes.
I didn't know nothing about no Duck Dynasty.
Remember they had a reality show? Does anyone remember that shit?
No.
Who?
Duck Dynasty. It's a bunch
You
of
mean
dudes.
they stopped having one?
I think it stopped. I don't know because I don't think they in this day and age the takes that they make they would not fly. And again, I don't agree with them, but whatever. They seem nice enough.
How dare you not agree with them? Aren't you a real Southern?
I was born in New York.
Aren't you a real Southern?
I just answered your question. Then it walked into the moonlight, and I saw that it was all one thing, like some kind of human torso but wider, a centipede almost, humanoid, almost like a human centipede, if you will. That movie is awful.
It really is.
Can you
I
believe
haven't
it got
seen the
like
other
9
ones.
sequels?
The Human Centipede 2 is like... I don't know how to put this. You know how the first Laughing Jack story is just like kind of dumb, but it has some potential?
No. But yes.
And then the sequel is like torture porn, stupid garbage with no
Yes.
substance whatsoever. That's the Human Centipede 2 is that it's disgusting, weird, stupid. I can't describe. It's a vulgar kind of stupid. It's like over the top in how like much garbage it is. I don't like even it's like I can't even like. It's really bad. I think it is the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
One of the Duck Dynasty
But
guy.
it's like a special kind of bad that just makes it like sick after you watch it.
One of the Duck Dynasty guy compared being gay to being a zoophile. Okay, well fuck him.
Oh god.
No, that's not comparable at all, because to me, a zoophile is someone who should either be locked up or let down. I don't feel that way about gay people. I think they're just regular people, because if they're not related to you, and you didn't groom them, what's the problem? Same-sex couples.
No,
Can-
it's not allowed.
Not in a God-fearing state like this.
Mm.
For a few minutes, I assumed, okay, where was it? Finally stepped into view, and I saw it had something like 6 legs, a centaur, and I saw I was about to rape somebody, and thus I came up with the name then and there. Kind of somewhere between a beetle's legs and a horse's legs. Beetle's legs, what? That image,
Fuck out of me.
2 arms, right where someone would have normally have them, but they were about half a foot longer than any normal man's arms. It had a bald head, but the face looked like some kind of fucking bizarre masquerade ball kind of oh god damn it, I mentioned fucking Orange and Laughing Jack, and here we go. This fucking clenched up pharaoh forehead and a nose that looked like some kind of crow's or raven's beak. It didn't have eyes either. Just ellipses, thank you. Just like the depressions where the eyes would go. It looked like a human mouth underneath its proboscis. Tobuscus.
Remember Tobuscus?
Oh man, you remember him?
Did anything come of those allegations? I want to know.
I think they were fake, and he just got his career ruined for basically no reason.
That's wonderful. Can there be any consequences for people who like do that shit to people?
No.
No.
Okay. A random question. Does anyone remember Yami Mash?
No.
Yes.
Markiplier's first friend, I guess, on YouTube. Hold on. I'm gonna look something up real quick.
Yeah, some British guy.
Well, I want to show you. Well, first, I'm on. I don't know if you guys can see the stream. The first thing I typed when I hit Yami Mash, the first search result underneath his name is Yami Mash Drama. I just want to show his metrics right now. This guy, 1.31 million subscribers. Okay. How's his view count go? Ooh. Wow.
Not great, I imagine.
Well, this last video was like, well, 25k viewers for 1 million plus subscribers. Not very good. But before that, he can't even break 10,000k anymore.
That's depressing.
I don't know what happened to this dude, because Markiplier does not mention him at all anymore. What was this? Can anyone explain to me what happened? Okay, I don't know the details, but Richard, blah blah blah. Incident: Yami Mash got caught up in an alleged pedophilia scandal. Memory serves right, he's communicated, and the girl he tried communicating with has tried to defame other popular YouTubers in the past. Not true, most certainly instigating it, but explaining the situation. Blah 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 blah. Oh, so, wait, so did he get like memory hold like fucking Tobuscus too?
Jesus Christ.
That's amazing. I mean, it's horrible, but it's amazing. Like, all it takes is one person to ruin your fucking career, and no one will listen to you ever again.
Ain't life, Graham.
See, Lindsay Ellis, tell me more about how you feel canceled because you got a few mean tweets, you goofy bitch. Tobuscus and Yami Mash are gone, and Joel was next on Vine Sauce. Although, to be fair, Joe did some shitty things in that situation. Like, he made it clear to one of the girls that accused him that, like, look, I'm not looking for a relationship. I just wanna get my dick wet. And she, like, so, oh, well, he's being open about, like, not being annoyed with his friends, so he must, like, actually want something serious. And he fucked her and left. You know, pump and dump. Basically treated her like a groupie. And she's like got upset about it. I think he outright like blackmailed her, like, look, if you try to ruin me because you didn't like that I didn't want a relationship, I'll like put your nudes out there or some shit like that.
Okay, that's
Yes, that's the fuck Joel in that regard. But for the most, like,
I mean, on the one hand, I kind of understand it because, like, you know, that is such a problem.
but
On
that
the other hand, it's like,
there
don't be a dick about it.
there are better ways to preemptively try to quash that, and he went about it the
Yeah,
wrong
like,
way.
you gotta keep records of your shit.
Once you like, that's directly blackmail. And
Don't black.
if you think that this person is petty enough to try to do shit like that, then why were you with them in the first place?
That just doesn't seem like a smart idea.
I don't know. In general, like the whole thing with Joel was fucking stupid. I honestly like finding out about that there was that moment, and then the whole news that broke out, the fact that he was like sleeping with all these different people. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like it's pathetic in general. I don't know what's certain YouTubers like. I need to get my dick wet. Let me hit up a fan. I think that's stupid.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I mean, some people work at like, but there's also people that like, you know, are looking for something more like an actual monogamous relationship. Like PewDiePie worked out fine.
Jacob worked out fine.
Yeah. I sometimes forget that Gemma was like a fan, and they talked for a while.
Yeah.
And they like, you know, they actually had a connection, but also I think that it should be incumbent upon the fans to understand that I know it's not going to happen anytime soon, but you're not special, and don't think you're going to have a relationship with them. Like the girl that like got upset because Dan like ghosted her after sex. From
Right.
like, what makes you think you're so fucking special? And yet Dan has a history of doing shit like this. Why are you surprised? Why you think you're going to be the one exception? And I don't even like Dan. I don't like Game Grumps. But you put me in a position constantly where I had to defend these dickheads.
To defend the people we don't even like, because it's just like, fuck, dude.
Oh, what? I had to go for a second. What did I miss? I'm talking about anything about the story, as usual.
Yeah.
Again, like at least EFAP has the excuse of having so many different people on there at once, and there's 3 of us here, and one of us isn't even talking.
Drunk.
Is he?
I feel like he usually is.
He sounds
At
well.
least in the ones I watch.
It kind of explains a lot. Can I ask a question? Why do people? There's a lot of people that don't like Mahler. I don't get it.
I don't know. Mahler seems like a really nice guy.
Unless he's like
Is Damien snoring?
Damien.
Oh my god, he's asleep.
Damien, did you fall asleep?
Oh my god, he's actually fucking
Are you?
asleep.
I think he's. I can't tell if he's taking a piss or not. Damien, if you do not answer on the count of 3, I will kick you from the call. 1, 2. That. Oh, you cheeky bitch. He's taking a piss. I know he is.
I don't know. He said he was feeling like passing out earlier.
Damien, you want to read the rest? Damien, if you answer the next 5 seconds, I will fly down to California and give you a blowjob. Oh, damn, he is asleep. Who would turn up down a BJ for me?
I don't know. You got those big black lips.
Those big black... what was it? DLC.
These
D-
dick sucking lips.
DLC.
Yeah. Black people got the dick sucking DLC.
Why do you think we're so ahead of the curve? All right. The rest of y'all are just like, the rest of y'all are free to play.
We're stuck in the dick sucking stone age.
Yeah, the rest of you are free to play. We're premium when it comes to sex. Pokemon versus Alinity. Whose army of Sims? Who's Alinity?
I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. Fuck them both. I said it before on my one stream, and I was kind of... I'll sleepy time. I said before on one of my streams, if you are a grown person that makes an OnlyFans, I lose a significant amount of respect for you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying
would
to...
it be better if they were a young person making an OnlyFans?
The only reason... Well, no, it would. I'm talking about in terms of, like, if you're old enough to know better, you know what I mean? And if it's one of those things where I can't tell if it's just me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just being too much of a traditionalist. But I don't like the fact that we live in a day and age where that's that's an alternative to actually like finding honest work.
Yeah, see, the thing is, like, I don't like that people are basically having to resort to it. Where it's just like, normally sex work or anything like that is something you do in basically desperation,
Yeah.
and not like, but now it's just like, oh, yeah, of course we're fucking desperate, because, you know, we live in a society.
It's also I think the issue I kind of have is that I don't know. I always imagine it from the perspective of I'm not a parent, and honestly, I don't think I would be a parent because I have too many issues myself in regards to my emotional maturity and whatnot. But I have nieces and nephews that I love very dearly, and I always envision like someone trying to take advantage of them and like saying like, oh, you should have an OnlyFans. I would kill someone if they told my niece that shit or any of my nieces. And I want them to have self-worth outside of their appearance. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't like where things are going. Is what I'm saying. Again, like,
Truly do live in a society.
you could call me old school. You could call me like some kind of why are you such a conservative? Like, I don't think it's a left wing or right wing thing. I think it's a matter of having standards. And even people I used to watch like oh, I might make an OnlyFans like.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
It sounds like Benjamin. Like, what? Can you explain why the benefits of OnlyFans right now?
Let's say, hypothetically, you were to make an OnlyFans.
And let's say hypothetically that I would subscribe and jerk off every 2 minutes. I need to pull out that. Ah, shit! I should have had that remix of "Wet Ass Pussy," by Ben Shapiro. That song isn't even that raunchy. I'm just gonna say it right now. Let's continue. Fish and Damien, who was asleep. I have Damien on mute so people don't hear him snoring. But you can still hear him on your side apparently. So, if he wakes up and starts talking, you need to let me know.
Okay.
For a few minutes, I assumed there were two really. Okay, we're there. What? Okay, I just read ahead a little bit. Okay.
I'll have you now.
Just like the depression, what still strikes me to this day is that it seems to have a penis too, like right where on the abdomen, where a normal person's dick would be. The thing moved sort of graceful. I can't tell if you're talking about the creature itself or the dick. It moved sort of gracefully. It made the soft thumping noises when it moved. Oh god, like dragging that shit around. It must have been like. Why? I don't understand why this didn't take off like Slenderman did.
Yeah.
No one wants to hear about the
fan fiction writes itself.
Six-legged rape centaur versus Jeff the Killer. It was like 7 and 8 feet tall, but it sounded like it weighed only 150 pounds at most. It starts walking towards Tommy's grave, and I finally snap out of whatever trance I'm in and just scream. My mom was the first to wake up, and I tell her to look out the window. She rushes over and doesn't really seem to understand what she's looking at. After a minute, though, the thing just bends down and starts pawing at the grave with its hands. One thing I would like to point out, I like the fact that it didn't look some stupid shit where it's like, oh, she ran in, but the thing was already gone. I don't know, that's a pet peeve of mine. They're like, oh, they thought I was going crazy because I was the only one that saw it.
There's a dancing frog, can't you see it? It's tearing apart the wings of the airplane. Why should I believe you?
You're Littler. Futurama used to be so good.
Yeah.
And then it was moved to Comedy Central. And the episodes were okay. Okay, folks, hypothetically.
At least Futurama didn't fucking completely crash and burn like The Simpsons did. Like, it had its low points, but I don't think it ever got to the point where it was complete garbage.
I think the problem is that in Futurama it became when the Comedy Central, I got a little too self-indulgent.
That's fair.
My dad and Jasper rushed in, and Jasper just fucking loses his shit, screams like a little bitch, and runs out of the back room yelling at her father. It's outside! It came outside! It came and it's outside! I mean, all that thing's gonna come alright. I look back and see the thing is diggling the ground.
Diggling?
My mind is... can you blame me? Was like description
Diggling?
of its dick. It's like giggity goo. The thing is digging furiously
Diggling.
at the ground. Fuck you, kicking up huge mounds of dirt. I hear these sounds of feet running around the house. I think they were looking for the shotgun. The thing reaches into the hole and grabs what I assume to be Thomas's body by one leg and one. I'm hoping that I don't. Okay, I don't think it's gonna go where I thought it was gonna go. The thing kind of gallops into the woods, snapping the branches and shit, and that's where we all hear it. A kid crying. The sound of a kid sobbing and crying from the direction the thing took off in. We left as soon as the rain let up at like 5 a.m. I don't even think we told anyone at the house. Drove straight to Ranson, only stopping for gas. No one said a word to each other. My family refused to speak about what happened. I tried to bring it up once, just to make sure it was real. My dad told me to shut the fuck up, so I did. I typed this about 3 weeks after it happened, but just saved it on a notepad file to be left it alone. Oh, that kind of explains a few things, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that facetiously. I mean that sincerely. Never mentioned it to any of my friends or anything. Just tried to erase it from my mind by getting absolutely fucked up drunk whenever my thoughts lingered on it. It mostly worked until yesterday. See, I work at this gas station in Ranston from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. I work at the register, keep the place clean, take out the trash. Yesterday, when I was bringing the trash bags over to the back of the building for the dude who had for the morning to take care of, I heard what I assumed to be some junkie fucking around in the dumpster. I yelled at whoever it was a couple of times to get the hell out before I called the cops. But as I walked towards the source of the noise, I suddenly heard those same footsteps. That soft thump, hooves or feet, or whatever the hell they were. I turned right around and went back into the store and hid behind the counter. I looked over this outside security monitors and see some kind of movement off screen. Something huge, casting a shadow and moving. I catch a glimpse of, I don't know, an elbow or something, a pale limb darting in and out of the window. Oh, it was going in and out, huh?
Oh no.
I mean, to be fair, this would be horrifying.
Yeah.
It had to be the same thing. I waited for it to leave, and after a while it did. I woke up behind the counter at 6 a.m., and my manager giving me this fucking look like I'm a drug addict or something. I went home and typed the rest of this up, and that's about it. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed in that ending, but I get the point. It's like it's a forum post.
Right.
So what did you think of the six-legged? I'm disappointed. There was so little rape in this. You set me up, and you.
I'm just shocked that this was the best story of the night by far.
Well, to be fair, you weren't here for Mr. Widemouth.
Still, I remember Mr. Widemouth just being like very simple.
I enjoyed this surprisingly enough. This was better than I was anticipating.
Yeah.
One thing I initially thought of it as a complaint, but as the story went along, I appreciated it more. The kind of the lack of any purple prose, the very blunt and matter-of-fact way that this guy talks about things.
Yeah.
Although when you do hit certain words, it kind of sticks out, like, proboscis and stuff like that. I'm like, huh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not gonna say like, "Oh, I done saw its snoot. It was real long, like."
I saw his massive horse cock.
Yeah.
I can't get past that. I'm sorry.
Like it's the fucking it's the trade-off between wanting to seem like more in character, I suppose, and wanting to like maintain the creepy atmosphere.
I did enjoy I like how brief the introduction of the creature was. Like, we see it doesn't overstay its welcome, and it immediately disappears. And what it is left up to your imagination. Like, it, honestly, like how stories like this really should be, instead of, like, having it in your face all at once, all the time, which is what led to a lot of, like, the shittier Slenderman stories that kind of help, like, push that thing more and more into obscurity.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Coinmaster Chaos says, "What an anticlimax! I'll see myself out." You think it's slick? You thought you hit me with a razzle dazzle, but I saw what you were doing a mile away. Me waiting the entire time to pull out some sort of one, eat the thing in the sky, reaches the end. Fuck. I mean, what would that, like? That wouldn't exactly be very scary. If they could just shoot the fucking thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. The predator of the thing is unnerving, but I'm kind of glad that they don't get the chance to directly confront it, and we don't know what it even wants to do with the boy. The fact that it's the boy. What you doing with that boy?
I'm going to.
And Deep Summer, it says in response, "Shut the fuck up, retard." That's not very nice.
That is not nice at all. That is mean.
Everyone's here for the rape. LMFAO, I'm no different. I was intrigued by the name. I mean, I'm here for a dignified discussion on horror literature.
Yeah, aren't you guys here for that?
Wait a minute. For those who missed the boat, it's called the Rape Centaur because it's implied at how the kid died. Where? I didn't grasp that, to be honest. It did say
Me on that shit.
it was mauled by a dog.
Yeah.
Maybe the implication with that statement is supposed to be that it was mauled by some kind of wild animal, and they're lying about what did it. But I don't think there's enough, like, evidence to allude to that.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be fucked up. That they just buried the kid in there and the thing came back for it for God knows what reason. That would be fucking horrifying. That's an interpretation that doesn't make sense, but it actually would be even scarier, to be honest.
Yeah.
More like six-legged, oh my god, what the fuck is that? I don't like you. An interesting concept, but why in God's name is it called Rape Centaur? It has nothing to do with rape.
When are they gonna get to the fireworks factory?
When are they gonna get to the rape factory? AKA Disney World.
Oh.
In all seriousness, my good friend Fish, how would you rate this story? Like, I would rate it. When it comes to, because this is in the, I guess, the classic archive, and
right.
It's kind of weird because I haven't heard many people mention this story, even like tangentially when they talk about like the stories that kind of took off in popularity. And I would say that the quality of it is enough to where I'm legit surprised that nothing came of it in terms of more spin-off stories, like more people encountering this creature. Like kind of like the Rake. The Rake has more popularity than this thing, and the Rake is a little bit.
I honestly think it might be because of the name.
What's wrong with Six-Legged Rape Centaur? Huh?
Well, for starters, it's a bit mouthy. It's a bit of a mouthful, like a six-legged rape horsecock, one might say. Thank you, Damien. Exactly.
Is he back?
No, he's snoring very loudly.
That sucks though. Just because the name, not many people talk about this. And the funny thing is, that's the only reason we decided to read it, because the name caught us immediately.
Yeah.
I don't like to think. Like, I don't think I can say like, oh well, people on the creepypasta wiki are just solely sensitive. Like, it's still here, not getting taken down. And I think within there's nothing that alludes to the potential of this thing having like done anything with a child it took off. I honestly think that this is good enough to where, and I normally like condemn unnecessary follow-ups for stories that are brief enough, as in every single fucking Candle Cove story that is made after Candle Cove.
Yeah.
But I honestly think this is a story that has some grounds for actual like spin-offs and actual more stories to be written about this creature, and it has an interesting look in and of itself. Look at this thing. Looks like kind of like looks more like a grasshopper than anything else. Yeah, the way that
I'd be fine with that.
would you give this story a 10 out of 10?
Probably not.
Would you give the story $2?
Maybe.
Will you give me $2 so I can buy a soda?
I will not give you any money. Oh Jesus.
Oh. Okay, you guys got to make it personal, don't you?
With Jesus, yes.
So, that was the six-legged race centaur. How far back does this? I'm gonna look at the comments. See how far back does it go? 2013. Six-legged. Anything interesting? No rate, but me gusta. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this story's.
I think people are going to be like us and like disappointed that there's not more rape from the rape centaur story.
I never said that, and even if I said it, I didn't say it. I'm a great politician.
Yeah.
Vote for me. I can be the first black overweight president, huh?
Ooh. That's a selling point.
Vince, where can we give you $2? I'm still not putting up a PayPal. I'm sorry. I don't think I stand firm. I don't think I'm entertaining enough to warrant being paid to do this. And I don't know, like, it was like, oh, but what about all those shitty streamers that do get paid to do it? Like, yeah, I like to think I have a better quality standard. You know what I mean?
No.
You feel me?
Vince, there's one thing these streams are not, and that's quality.
Oh.
Yeah, get bullied, idiot.